question is, will I Was the bot broken? Hold on a sec. I know, it's just hilarious. Okay. That's weird. It says it's on. Let me try that again. Okay. Huh. That's interesting. Streamlabs is modded. My God, woman, just finish your orgasm already. It's like when they get the sound effects tape, right? Of stock sound effects, and rather than just using a part of it, they want to use the entire thing. Rather than chop it up, let's just use all of the woman screaming at once. Are we done? Oh my God. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, thank God. Might have to refresh again, says Kurlatin. Oh, okay, I'll do that. Let me try this here. Refresh. Yeah. Wow, why is nothing working today? Streamlabs. Okay, I'll try that again. Should already be modded. Yeah, it's already modded. Well, I have toggled it on and off, and I don't know what the problem is. It may just not be working right now. So, copy and paste is your friend. Alright, so what we're working on right now is this last set of shelves. I should mention also regarding this particular horror tape, I remember talking with a friend of mine late one night. There may have been some alcohol involved, and we had the lights down and we were listening to that tape in the background while we were having a conversation about ghosts and astral projection and just all this creepy supernatural stuff. And as we were having the conversation, he just started like looking behind his shoulder, like started to get really sketchy and paranoid. Like, what is it? It's like, well, just the conversation and the tape. And like, oh, okay. Should I turn the tape up? Yeah, I think you should. And it was this tape, like the least scary tape I have, but yeah, just all about the atmosphere you create around something, I guess, right? So yeah, I don't know. I refreshed. I toggled CloudBot a couple times. I had to log back in because of all my YouTube issues today. I'd cleared my cookies and internet cache like 6 times. But it's so weird. It's like the only thing I can't do on YouTube is watch videos. Obviously, I can stream. I can do other things. Oh, I can do literally everything. Unless it involves watching a video in some form. Either just to watch it or to, preview it to make a clip or whatever. I can do literally nothing with it. Jesus Christ. Hey!
Thomas Wright _ donated $5. Nothing is working. Have $5 for your technical troubles.
Excellent. So by the way, guys, I should mention early bird donos are open for the marathon. We got a whopping 7.5 hours added to the clock already from mostly from Travis, who bless his heart lost his job the next day, but what didn't seem too concerned about it. Said he's already pretty sure he has something else lined up. But yeah, it was one of those cases where he's like, "Oh, you're firing me? Well, I was going to quit anyway, So, so he assures us everything is fine, and we don't have to worry about the donuts going through or whatever. But just kind of crazy the timing on that. Anyway, so it's looking good for the marathon. So far, it's the last one ever. We're hoping to make it a big one. So all donations this week count towards bonus time for this week's marathon. So we want to make sure it's a good one. So we're giving everybody the whole week to drop donos on it. Anyway, we got some pretty cool stuff here. What I was thinking is I do have a lot of sort of large, like obscenely tall coffee table books and stuff. Actually, I just move these. Hold them up. You can get a better idea here. Yeah, see. Not all of these are coffee table books, obviously, but I've got quite a few that are fairly. Well, yeah, quite a few actually that are fairly tall. Especially this freaking, oh my god, this H.R. Giger book, which is beautiful. Lots of his, well, you can't really see, but lots of his famous work in here. And yeah, like look, just look at that. You see, kind of, yeah. Anyway, beautiful, but it's huge. This is the Godzilla set here. We set this. Oh, look at that! God damn, I gotta turn that down. Jesus. I have the speakers on so I can hear the alerts. I didn't expect the alerts to be so loud. But hey, thank you so much, Quack. 43 months. Excellent. Excelente. So what are we at? We're $11 away. Is that what it is? $11 to add another half hour. And that'll make it an even 8 bonus hours. Oh, and by the way, speaking of that payment, there were all those donuts the other day. As luck would have it, PayPal decided to delay the payout for a random manual review of the pay of the. You know, it's just like something seems off about this. We have to investigate, but it's just a random check, nothing to worry about. Like, okay, right. Oh, well,
Thomas Wright underscore donated $11. Only $11 more to add the half an hour fine. Take my money. Ha 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 ha.
Ha 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 ha. Listen to that evil Brian laughter. So evil. Evil. What was I saying? I don't know. Whatever it was, I hope you enjoyed it. Anyway, so what I was thinking was, since we actually have like a fair number of these sort of obscenely tall books, maybe just have one shelf that's up real high, you know, to accommodate them. And then we can put a few more, like, you know, a few more hardcovers and stuff like that in there. And then, so basically the shelf would go about here, I think. That should give enough clearance for everything. So then we can actually have these, even though they're Blu-rays, they're not going to fit on the fucking media shelf. You saw how I had to display them before. We can just put them in here. So they're next to each other. And upright, which is really, the Godzilla one in particular, I didn't like having sort of way out in the open like that. It's just like this sort of fuzzy matte, soft fuzzy matte finish, just a freaking dust magnet. So I kind of like the idea of just having it spine out over here a little better. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Anyway, yeah. So I was thinking, put a shelf there, just high enough to accommodate the obscenely huge coffee table books. I have a couple more that need to go in here as well, so yeah, kind of cool. And then next shelf up, that's going to be graphic novels, and next shelf above that might be more graphic novels. I don't know, we'll see. I should mention also, I left space here for the last 2 volumes of Death Note. Well, I wanted y'all to be here for this moment. We got the last 2 volumes of Death Note. Ta-da! And there it is. All 6 volumes of Death Note, the Black Edition. So that will be my bedtime reading for the next few days for sure, because I've been dying to know how it ends. So, yeah. How far into Death Note am I? I have finished book 4, so 8 of the 12 volumes. I am past the point where there is the, well, I don't want to say too much, but the death of a major character, or a few major characters actually, and the last couple volumes detail the how can I even say? Well, it won't make any sense if you haven't seen it. So anyway, I got to the point where Nier and Mello are kind of the main focus of the investigation, or the investigative team, and they're both pursuing Kira in very much their own way, and it's interesting to see. And another Shinigami has shown up to further complicate things. So really enjoying it. It's such a great story. I can definitely see why so many people love it. I can't believe it's taken me this long to jump on the bandwagon, but now I have so much Death Note media to consume. Because after this, there's another manga of short stories, there's a couple of light novels, and there's all the live-action movies. There's the Netflix one, which I know everyone loved. That's sarcasm, by the way. And there's also the live-action drama series, which I've been watching, and it's 11 episodes for that. I'm 8 episodes into that, so, and it's really interesting. I want to screen both the anime and the live-action drama series, because they're both very good. The live action one is so good, so much better than I would have thought. But the CG for the Shinigami is kind of crap, but the rest of it makes up for that. You know, the cast is great. It really is like the anime characters brought to life, and lots of twists and turns. So even if you're intimately familiar with the original story, they changed things in some really interesting ways that work well for that version of the story, I think. But it still hits a lot of the same main beats. So, you know, the same big things basically happen, but often the path to get there is different from what you expect. So it's really good. Really good. Definitely recommend it. And if you can't find it, don't worry. I have it and we're going to screen it. Wow, really? Well, I have noticed, Funk says, I think the series just should have ended after those deaths. It's like, that's it. You won. The end. Yeah, I know that there's one particular character death I know breaks everyone's hearts. There always seems to be in these big shows, isn't there? There's always like that one character death that just kills everybody. But, yeah, I love the whole cat and mouse between the, you know, how you're basically following the villain in the story. You're following the bad guy, but you're also following the good guys and how they're trying to catch him and stuff. And it's just all that, like, maneuvering around each other. It's just really fun to see how it all plays out. But yeah. But I mean, I wouldn't go that far to say, you know, it should have just ended there, because I find the other characters interesting. And I think if you get the chance, if you catch when we screen the live action series, I think you'll find it interesting how they kind of reinterpreted that whole dynamic and played around with it a little bit. So it's not quite so, you know, here's the story with these characters, now here's the story with these characters. No, there's actually a lot more overlap than that, and you get a bit more of them working together and stuff like that. So yeah, that's some interesting dynamics to that whole thing. Yeah, really liking it. Looking forward to reading the last couple volumes. Yeah, I noticed that, I mean, just generally speaking though, most people seem to have an affinity for that first, you know, 2/3 of the story. Because I noticed even the anime spends most of the time on that part of the story, and then the last 2 volumes, or of the last 4 volumes really of the regular manga, are crammed into like the last 10 or so episodes. I feel like, wow, they're really going to condense the shit out of that. So I haven't watched that part yet because I haven't read that part of the manga. I'm kind of doing both concurrently. And the live action series. I've kind of just gone Death Note crazy, so I'm just watching everything all at once. Everything everywhere all at once. Everything Death Note all at once. So yes, it is indeed a great anime and manga. I know I have not heard of the Roboverse, Alex Ashmore. Let's see here. So I think maybe if we take, if we take these taller books out, these taller ones. Yeah, this Godzilla book a little more out in the open. Then we can put some regular sized hardcovers in there, of which I have a few. Okay, I have one. Uno! It's not even technically horror. What this is the biography of Courtney Love. Why am I putting this in the horror section? Well, note the author, Poppy Z. Bright. Now, Poppy Z. Bright was a very popular Gothic author, a gothic horror fiction author from the 90s, did books such as Lost Souls, Drawing Blood, Wormwood, which is a short story collection, and named after the Bauhaus song of the same title, Exquisite Corpse. And I'm sorry for the terrible lighting on that. But anyway, so Poppy wrote, and became good friends with, apparently, Courtney Love. So wrote her autobiography. So I thought, well, I might as well just put all this stuff together, you know. And I got Neil Gaiman stuff in here. It kind of rides the line between horror and fantasy. Depends which one you're reading. But, you know, you take Sandman, for example. Sandman had some very distinct horror elements to it. So I've always kind of put it in that category. It's a fairy tale for grown-ups. We're going to kind of sort by size here. But see, now for those big unwieldy paperbacks and coffee table books, I have room for them, so that's good. I'll show you some of these in a minute here. I'm just going to sort them by size. Sort them. Okay, so we're going to put Eager here. I don't want them sticking out over here because they'll get bumped up into all the time, so I'm just going to put them there. And I'll put the Godzilla biography next to Gamera, and Godzilla seems appropriate. And what else we got here? This isn't even a book. It's a journal, a vampire journal. Here, can I turn another light on? Can I show you a little better? There, that's a little better. So anyway, this opens, and it's got like vampire-y stuff inside. It's neat. But I really like the sort of coffin box it came in, so I kept that as well. I just kind of kept it all together. I didn't want to use it as a journal. I just kind of kept it, you know, as is. When did this even come out? I don't even know what year this is from. So the idea is it's supposed to be a journal written by a vampire. And I guess the vampire is you. What we got here? Oh, yes. The most horrifying book of them all. The Fart Book. It's wonderful. Well, since we've sorted a few books, let's celebrate by reading an entry from The Fart Book. Illustrated by Donald Wetzel. Oh, written by Donald Wetzel, illustrated by Martin Riskin, Fart Experts. So first we'll read the introduction. To the best of my knowledge, there has been no full-length work attempted on the subject of farts, which is hard to figure, as everyone on Earth that lives and breathes also farts, even the President. He farts oval farts, due to the office. When my dad worked in an office, he used to call it the orifice. I've used that one as well. I like puns, but I do not think they belong in a book such as this. Otherwise, I would have said that the President farts oval farts due to his orifice, which would have been the best pun I ever thought of. Note to readers. All farts are divided into two groups. 1. Your farts. 2. Somebody else's farts. There are some farts that can only be positively identified when they are your own, such as the different kinds of silent or near-silent farts. Odor alone will not always do. There is a feel to some farts that is necessary to their identification, and naturally only the farter gets the feeling. In case of doubt, I will try and make clear which of the two groups each fart is apt to be found in. But the reader is asked to keep this in mind for himself when using this guide to avoid unnecessary confusion and false identifications. All the farts in this book will be arranged alphabetically. If a person knows their alphabet, they should have no trouble understanding this arrangement or figuring things out. A. The alarm fart. We'll read one and then we'll carry on. So here's the picture. It says, this is a good fart for the beginner. It is easy to identify. It starts with a loud, unnaturally high note, wavers like a siren, and ends with a quick downward note that stops before you expect it to. It sounds like something is wrong. If it happens to you, you will know right off why it is called the alarm fart. You will be alarmed. The alarm fart, however, is rare. Ah, yes. Okay, one more. The amplified fart. This is any fart that gets its power more from being amplified than from the fart itself. A metal porch swing will amplify a fart every time. The picture. So will a plywood table, an empty 50-gallon drum, a tin roof, or some empty cardboard boxes if they are strong enough to sit on. Any fart made a great deal louder than it really is through being amplified in this way can be called an amplified fart. These are common farts under the right conditions. Alright, well, we'll come back to the fart book a little later. Alrighty. Into the horror section you go. The horror of farts. I'll put you between the Vampire Journal and my pop-up haunted house book. Okay, good stuff. So these actually are graphic novels. So we can probably just, I don't know, put them here for the moment. And another one, here's a little one. Yeah, there we are. Okay. And what else? Yes, I guess we'll move these down here. Very good. And put that there. And then here we go. And then we'll just put the Giger Tarot there kind of as a bookend, as it were. So the graphic novels here, this is nowhere near all of them. There's a whole bunch we'll be bringing out in a few minutes. We have Dead Eyes Open, which is a very interesting zombie story. Basically, well, what if, there was a zombie apocalypse, but all the people that got turned into zombies retained their intelligence and memories. So it's like they died, but then came back, but they're a walking, living, rotting corpse, but can still think and feel and remember everything. Are they still human? Some interesting stuff. We got one of the Aliens graphic novels. This is one of the ones that was retooled to fit the continuity of Alien 3. And then we have Dead Space. The Dead Space Extraction one-shot. Dead Space Salvage. And Dead Space Liberation. There you go. That's all the Dead Space comics. All of them. And they are good. I like them. Okay. So we kind of established the height we need. This is pretty good. I'll leave it like this because this sticks out a bit on the end, even though it's a little shorter. It sticks out a bit, so we still kind of have the step effect that way. But see, that's one reason I like to sort by size. It actually just makes it a lot easier to find things, like to read along the spines and sort of see what everything is. Things don't get buried in between bigger books or whatever, it just sort of keeps it all uniform. And I like that. You'll notice I've kind of done that here. We have like small, big, small, so it kind of like comes out like that. Here we just got big to smaller, big to smaller. Well, big to small up to here, and then this is a different section. This is anthology horror here. And this is mostly all just straight up hardcovers. So, with a little bit of room to grow. Not a lot, but a little bit. So, that's good. And actually, I kind of wonder if we could move some of these down. I wonder would there be room for an anthology horror section. Could be, could be. Yeah, and then it's actually with the smaller ones at the end here, with the little lip, it's easier to kind of bring it up. So let's do this. This will flow nicely. There. Yeah, so then we got the big, thick white one next to a thinner white one, then it gets into the rest there, kind of as a visual flow, as it were. And I can put the rest of my John Wyndham's next to Day of the Triffids. Oh yes, I found my Day of the Triffids, by the way. And then I think we will also take my two Neil Gaiman books here. And they're really not going to fit in there, are they? Well, they will, but not thematically. Anything else I can put in there? No, not really. Alright, well, Neil, you go in with the classics. I don't think he would have a problem with that. And then we got a little big book of Grimm's Ghost Stories. You ever seen little big books? Text on one side, picture on the other. These were all the rage in the 70s and actually dating back quite a ways. I don't know how far back they go, actually. Quite a ways, though, I'm willing to wager. Just slide that in there. I did eventually get some old Grimm's Ghost Stories comics, because they were from Gold Key / Whitman, and found some of the same stories that were in my Big Little book that I'd had forever, so that was kind of cool. Alright, well, let us put up a shelf, shall we? So, one. I have to check and see. Which one we need on the other side. Actually, a pretty easy way to tell. And just bring Giger over. Giger, Giger, Giger. Over, Giger. Nobody knows what I'm referencing. And that's the real shame. That's the real shame. Over, Giger. He's saying he's the Grubermeister. Do any of you have a problem with that? No. It's fine. Did anybody get that reference? I'll be happy if you did. I'll be sad if you didn't. I'll go look. Yes. Yeah, Thomas says I've seen Little Big Books date as far back as the 30s. Yeah. So the ones I have, I think, were kind of a revival of the format, so it's pretty cool. Hardcore drugs recovery. Dude, I'm high as a kite right now. What are you talking about? There's no recovery from drugs, only more drugs. Oh, hello. Oh, did you sense there was shelf action happening? Did you have to come and supervise? There. That actually doesn't look too bad. Little bit of unused space over here, but that's basically because these are so freaking tall. And the next shelf down is just a little too short. So, at least we can accommodate more obscenely huge coffee table books, should we get any. I do have another, where is it? No, from, well, it's the Star Wars book. Yeah, there it is, the horror book that Annetta sent me. I'm able to get that out. Okay. I need to do some kind of update with it, but yeah, this big horror movies coffee table book that Annetta found, and I bought off her for like $10. So we'll, yeah, perfect. Lots of room. Anyway, okay. I'm gonna go get graphic novels. I'll be back. And church is going bananas. Alright. Whew. This is the beginning. So here we go. Here's what we got. Just a lot of random stuff. Got one of the Trick or Treat graphic novels. Very cool. Based on the movie. This is the second one I think they did based on the movie. I don't have the first one. Got a collection of Hellraiser comics that I believe Scully sent along in a recent package. This is one a lot of you probably never even heard of. It's The Last Temptation, written by Neil Gaiman, with the cooperation and likeness of Alice Cooper as the main character in it. Got the original paperback edition of Stephen King's The Cycle of the Werewolf. Featuring black and white and color illustrations by horror legend Bernie Wrightson. So that's a cool one. I feel like I should put that next to my other Stephen King book here. Very nice. Okay. Here we have the original unaltered versions of the original Dark Horse Aliens trilogy of comics. These have since had reprints in their original form, thankfully, but for a long time they were not available in their original form. Put this, which one is this? Is this the first one? It's like a colorized version of the first one, but they also changed the story. Is it this one? Oh, it is this one. The second one? Is it the third one? Earth War. Yes, it is Earth War. Okay. So Earth War, this was the original version, which was a story of Ripley and Newt. Ripley, grown-up badass Newt, was retooled into Female War to align more closely with the movie continuity, because in the movie continuity, of course, we know what happened to Newt and Hixt. Newly colored and aligned with 20th Century Fox. Yeah, so instead of being about Ripley and Newt and Hicks, it's about Ripley, Wilkes, and Billy. Good old Wilkes and Billy, you know them. Fan favorites. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, this novel that I was sent recently in a package, yeah, Wilkes and Billy. This is the novelization of this, which is the retooled version of this. All to make it fit with the stinking movies. Like, just have your own continuity. Don't be afraid to do your own thing. Because in its original form, those stories are great. In the retooled form, it's silly, especially when you know about the retooling. And they also cut stuff out. They cut things out that they just couldn't write around. And the actual story that they have in there of Newt and Ripley and sort of the direction their relationship took after the second movie, it's really interesting. Some really good stuff in there. So it just annoyed me that they kind of erased that. So we go from Alice Cooper in crow makeup to the man himself, the Crow. Gotta have this in here. Johnny the Homicidal Maniac and Squee. Classic Jonah Vasquez comics. Great stuff. The Golden Books comic adaptation of The Black Hole. I also have the original comic adaptation of Alien somewhere. I couldn't find it. I must have taken it off the shelf and set it aside somewhere at some point. But got the first volume of Whiteout. I need to get the rest of these. It's quite good. Ugh. You know what this is? Big box set. This is the complete series of Lock and Key, which was sent to me by Black Knight. Oh my God. It's been so long since he's been Black Magic Werewolf, I think. Something like that. Anyway, sent me a whole bunch of graphic novels a while ago. It's taken me a while to read through them, but sadly, by the time I got around to reading them, he stopped coming to the streams. I wanted to tell him what I thought after, but, well, wherever he is, I hope he's okay out there. Now this is a very interesting one. They accumulated a little bit of dust, or we could just dust that. This dusts off fairly easily. There is a follow-up to this as well, which I need to get. But this is Frankenstein, huge coffee table bound, you know, one of those classy ones with the ribbon to mark your place. Frankenstein, illustrated, the complete text of the, I think it's the 1831 version, illustrated by Bernie Wrightson. This is like one of his life projects. And we're going to put that down here somewhere. Dead space, I think. And that is a bit of a beast. But anyway, there's a follow-up called Frankenstein Alive Alive. It was actually an original story that he did kind of as a sequel. And unfortunately, he passed away before it was finished. But his successor was Kelly Jones, who is an artist that you may know from other stuff. Like he was an artist on the Marvel. The first I heard of Kelly Jones was actually on Star Wars, the Marvel Star Wars. And then did Batman for a while, huge run on Batman. And then am I mixing up with somebody else's Star Wars? I might be mixing up with somebody else's Star Wars. But anyway, funny story, I used to have a crush on a girl named Kelly Jones when I was back in like grade 4. Young unrequited love. But anyway, not the same Kelly Jones. Kelly Jones also was an occasional artist on Sandman as well, so pretty cool. And finally, I figured this one deserves a place in the horror section, if only for the very specific subject matter of villains. This lovely coffee table book with holographic cover of the Queen of Disney villains. How cool is that? So we'll slide that one in here too. Put that next to put that next to the World of Chaz Adams, which contains a lot of the original Addams Family comic strips. Ever wonder what the creator of the Addams Family looks like? It's this stately chap right here. There you go. Chaz Adams, ladies and gentlemen. Chaz Adams. Kind of sticks out a bit. Maybe put it next to this one. Yeah, that's good. That flows a little better. According to what this one is, by the way, coffee table book I picked up on sale on clearance. Hell of a tome, though, of The Art of Ray Harryhausen. Yes. And there he is, the man himself. Some of his creations. Yeah. So I had to get that one. That was actually a book where I learned about some of his early works. He used to do a lot of shorts based on fairy tales and such. And you may recall a while back I picked up one of those like bargain basement cartoon collections that had like, there was 2 volumes, each one had like 200 cartoons. It was like 400 cartoons. Well, in amongst those were public domain prints of Ray Harryhausen's old fairy tale shorts. So I was like, well, how cool is that? So pretty neat. And I'll put Dead Eyes open over here. Okay. It's getting there. It's getting there. Alright, I'll be back and maybe we get more. Alright, these ones are a little heavier because they're getting into the epic collections here. So, we got Marvel Horror, Monster Frankenstein, Werewolf by Night, Tomb of Dracula, and The Death of Dracula, which has a kind of epilogue to the whole Dracula saga. I'll be right back. Now we got Preacher, American Vampire, Swamp Thing, and Man Thing. We are going to run out of room. We might need to do a second graphic novel shelf. That's okay. For these. Okay, one sec. Set these here for the moment. Set that aside for the moment. Put these in now. series you may not have heard of called Vamps, which is basically about vampire motorcycle babes. This is such a fun series. They did a second one, which sadly did not get a collected volume, but I never picked that one up. V for Vendetta. I consider post-apocalyptic totalitarian dystopian sci-fi to be horror peripheral. And yeah. And all 6 books of Preacher. We only got the first 3 books of American Vampire. I need to get the rest of those. That was another one that was sent to me by what's his face? Black Magic Werewolf, I think. Anyway, the other one I found definitely needs to go in here because I have a post-apocalyptic section. When the Wind Blows by Raymond Briggs. The original graphic novel. Of course I pick a picture where there's hardly anything on it, but yeah, so anyway. See, beautiful artwork. If you've ever seen the movie, this is what the movie was based on. Quite a tall book. I think we'll put that next to Chaz Adams. Is that going to be a little too... Yeah, no, we're going to put it in front of Chaz. There we go. Perfect. You know, see what I mean? Like, otherwise it would have got buried between Chaz Adams and Dead Space, but now you can see it quite nicely. So, alright, we're going to put up another shelf. I think this one we can go fairly close to the height of the books, and then we'll have enough room for graphic novels up top as well. So that is what we will do. And also bear in mind, the contents of these 2 cupboards are temporary, so eventually we will be able to put another shelf into both of those cupboards and use them for more stuff. So, always good to know. A little bit of a tight squeeze just on the end here, but it will be fine. I'll give them a little tightening with the pliers in a sec here. Make sure they're as deep in the hole as they can go, right? Okay. Another one on. Find the nice side. There we go. Boom. Oh, that's looking nice. Look at that. Okay, let's put these in here. Beautiful. And the one that could kind of go either or. We got Fables. Got the first 5 volumes of Fables. This is a series I really need to get the rest of. It's good stuff. If you're familiar at all with Fables, you'll know that it does kind of delve into horror a little bit as well. Now, I need a little bit of space here because I'm going to be building up the Swamp Thing collection some more. I need to reacquire the Alan Moore run, which is 6 volumes. There's a box set you can get fairly, you know, it doesn't save you a lot of money, but it puts it in a nice box. So that will go here, beside the Bronze Age collection, which is these 3 volumes here. So that'll basically give us a solid run of every Swamp Thing appearance from the very beginning up to the end of Alan Moore's run. Man-Thing, unfortunately, just has not had any more volumes. I don't think it's going to, unfortunately. So I'm thinking I'm actually going to pick up the omnibus that they put out, which contains most of what's in here. Oh, this is out of order. But not everything. And then the omnibus also contains stuff that is not available in paperbacks. They both have something the other doesn't. Which is really frustrating. Anyway, I'm probably going to pick that up, and that will likely go down here somewhere, his big omnibus. yeah. So that's kind of it for now, I think. I do have some random other comics that I can put in there just to kind of get them out of the way, such as The Thing from Another World. I have the original two-parter and the first issue of the last series they did. Again, no collected edition. What the hell? Give us collected edition. I'm going to put this over by Dead Space, because that seems appropriate to me. Yeah. Here, let's just put these up here, because we're going to move them anyway, and they're probably the ones that are going to get moved. So, there we go. I already have some additional volumes to slot in here. I did get a new Swamp Thing volume. They started putting out Rick Veitch's series, which immediately followed on from Alan Moore. So I got the first volume of that. I also have volume 5 of Tomb of Dracula, which sadly seems to be the last one they're doing. There was a volume 6 on the slate, but it got canceled. Once the release date hit, it just got canceled. No explanation, nothing. All the listings were pulled, and that was that. And no sign of it since. That was like 2 years ago, so no idea what's happening with that, if anything. Particularly knowing for people coming late to the collection, the early volumes are all out of print, and no sign of reprints on those, so I don't know what the hell's going on. Marvel does that a lot, and it's always a bit of a crapshoot when you decide to collect a set. But, yeah. Thankfully, the Epic collections are still going, and we do get, you know, somewhat regular reprints of those, so... yeah. Anyway, I don't really want the Giger Tarot getting crushed in there, so let's just lean it in there a little bit. That's good. Alright, how are we looking? Yeah, same. John Cleary says I have the first couple of comic volumes and the glorious prequel game. Yeah, Wolf Among Us. That was what turned me on to Fables in the first place. It was nice that he did that as a prequel, so you could kind of use it as a jumping on point. And then I picked up the first 5 volumes a while ago. I haven't even read all of them. I read, I think, the first 2. And then I wanted to hold off a bit before reading the others until I had the rest. There's like 25 volumes or something like that. So, yeah. They have a new set out, which is like the definitive version, which is not just reprints of Fables, but some of the spin-offs as well, in paperback. So they're just like bigger paperback volumes. So I was thinking of getting those. It's kind of like a definitive collection. And then, yeah. Cool. Hey Blaze, how's it going? I have all the Fables and its spin-offs, best comic series ever for me. The story gets better and better. The great crossover with Jack of Fables is amazing. They turn genres into characters, as well as things like Deus Ex Machina, etc. It's amazing. Very cool. Hey, is King Kong really a horror film? I consider all kaiju films to be horror adjacent, because giant monsters. If monsters are horror, then so should be giant monsters, you know, because they're just monsters that are bigger. I'd say that's pretty horrific. As cool as it would be for about a minute, I wouldn't want to be stuck in a city that was being trashed by some giant monster. I'd say that was pretty horrific. I mean, watch Cloverfield if you want to know what it's like from the citizen's perspective, and tell me that isn't horror, you know? So, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know what you're referring to, because I heard that Fables is now in the public domain. Something like that. Bill Willingham, the creator of it, I'm guessing he had some kind of issue with DC or something. I don't know. But, yeah, something like that. He like gave his blessing for people to do their own thing. I forget what it was. It was something like that, though. Like, he basically granted an unprecedented level of creative freedom to fans to do whatever they wanted with it. So, but like beyond fan films and stuff, I think. So, I don't know. I'd have to look into the details of it. But yeah, there was something like that a little while back. Tokusatsu. Tokusatsu count as horror? Well, see, that's kind of, I think, where you start to get into the bridge more into like sci-fi and, you know, action. Because those have giant monsters in them too, so I gather that's where your sort of thinking is. I wouldn't say necessarily. I mean, I'd take that on a case-by-case basis. But, I mean, we're getting into, like, really kind of finicky areas that I don't really have a lot of Tokusatsu in my collection anyway. What little I do have, I have in the anime section. I just put it with the anime stuff, so it's like anime/Tokusatsu. I make an exception with Kaiju because that's just, I don't know, it's just different to me. I don't know how much better I can explain it than that. When the focus is more on the giant monsters, like the monster is the star, then I put that in with the monster movies, you know? If it's more Tokusatsu, where, you know, Ultraman is the star or whatever, I put that more in sci-fi, you know? Because, yeah, he's fighting giant monsters, but the giant monsters, it's like, you know, Voltron. I wouldn't put Voltron in horror, even though the original Go Lion, for example, is quite violent and bloody. And you could definitely make an argument for it being horror adjacent, but then it just gets into just it gets too finicky, like trying to like super duper classify everything. Like, just do whatever works for you. I don't care. This is what works for me. Most people don't even understand this, like just organizing by subgenre. It's like, yeah, I know there are some that can go in one or the other, some that go in sci-fi or horror, but whatever. Some people just like to do it all alphabetically, and I fucking hate that. Honestly, that would drive me nuts. I need things to be in sections, like a video store. You know, I don't go to the B section because I really feel like watching a movie that starts with B today. No, I go to the horror section because I feel like watching a horror movie. I go to the sci-fi section because I feel like watching a sci-fi movie, you know. I pull a comedy off the shelf. I could use some laughs, you know? Whatever. So that's why I sort by genre. And I don't get too heavy into the sub-classifications. I mean, Kaiju is really the only sort of big exception I make as far as crossing genres. You know, Kaiju you could also say falls into sci-fi. But, you know, a lot of sci-fi rides the line. Especially you look at like 50s alien invasion and giant monster movies, giant bug movies. Where would you put those? Probably horror, because it's giant bugs eating everybody, or giant aliens eating everybody. It's still horror, even though it leans in, and you know, it's a sci-fi concept. It's still horror. I have the Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone I keep in the horror section, because I think some of those stories are incredibly horrific, and far beyond just science fiction. So, they get like right to the core of your soul with some of their horrific twists. So, yeah, definitely horror. But it's really just what works for you. This works for me. Which one are you talking about? Pennyworth? I haven't seen Pennyworth. I'd like to, though. As you know, my only sort of experience with the the kick butt X MI5 or whatever, or MI6, whatever MI it was. Alfred was Beware the Batman, the CG series, which, as you know, also I really liked and would like to finish watching one of these days. So I was kind of interested to see what they do with the series, but I just haven't checked it out yet. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't mind a reimagining when it takes things in an interesting direction, you know. I mean, we've had some, I mean, Batman, we've had some great Elseworlds stories, you know, like, yeah, well, I mean, like the Dark Knight Returns, basically an Elseworlds story. You could even say the Killing Joke is, although a lot of elements from that did work their way into the main canon, like Barbara's paralysis and so forth. So you could maybe say elements of it are, maybe, because it tries to give the Joker a definitive origin, but it's kind of fuzzy as to whether or not that is the official origin or not. But what was the other thing? It was Gotham by Gaslight, of course, which I think wasn't that the first Elseworlds story, or certainly one of them. But yeah, the movie adaptation of that is amazing. Actually, I think the movie's better, honestly. Like it just goes farther with the concept, and I like that. What? Okay. That I didn't know. He says apparently the last season of Pennyworth, they set it up to suggest that it's part of the V for Vendetta universe. And he said it just seemed kind of random, other than, another thing DC owns. Yeah, that kind of shit I don't like. That's not necessary. Stop trying to connect everything into your universe, DC. If it was meant to be, it would have been done at the time, like 40 fucking years ago. Stop trying to shoehorn it all in now. So annoying. It's just so blatantly cash grabby. Like, it just makes me sick. I get it, you're a business, you gotta make money, but still. There needs to be a modicum of respect for the wishes of the original creators. If they say don't do sequels, don't do sequels. Done. Move on. Do something else. Ghostbusters, the original storybook. Look at that. It's great. I loved these storybooks as a kid. I have a bunch of them. I have some from, I have basically all of the Star Wars ones. And Raiders of the Lost Ark, and, you know, E.T. I've got a bunch of those. But they're all in the other room. So, yeah, so just looking at everything here, there are still a few things that I kind of need to find. Yeah. This is The Death of Dracula. Has a few, the last few issues of Tomb of Dracula, and then I think a 1 or 2 issue follow-up about one of his sons trying to destroy him. Something like that. Anyway. It's cool. Rose, funny enough, Rose picked this up because it was on the bargain graphic novel shelf. So she picked it up, and I guess read it or got some of it. And then ended up just giving it to me. So it wasn't really her thing, I guess. Also, it kind of helps if you have the context of the previous 5 volumes of Tomb of Dracula, which at the time had not come out yet. I don't think, well, looking at the year this was published won't really matter because it was, 2011. That's not when we got it. But it was before the Tomb of Dracula volumes came out. I remember that much. So, Yeah. What else can we do here? I don't know. I mean, the main thing was just to move everything out, which we have done. Yes. Looks good. Well, that guy's not having a good day, is he? Yeah, this all looks pretty good. I swear there's still a few more. I was going to put all my Incredible Hulk ones here too, because I didn't think that these would fill up that much space. But I think I'm just going to leave them in there with the other Marvel stuff, because now, having moved all these out here, I can use that shelf space for the Hulk stuff. So it should fit all of it, and then that frees up other shelves for other graphic novels. You see, so it all kind of works out. Good. Yes. Right. Rava. So a lot of this stuff will probably be moving. We might move the Swamp Things up just to kind of have a DC shelf and a Marvel shelf. I don't know. We'll see. So this is kind of, we got like a miscellaneous and indie publishers here, and then DC. Some more DC up here. And then, yeah, more DC and Marvel. So, yeah, got quite a lot of stuff. Very good. God, can't imagine, like, just thinking how much I've spent over the years on these like epic collections, these larger collected editions. A lot. Still cheaper than buying the original comics, though, I'll tell you that. Hey, Luke. Yes, storybooks. The original fan fiction. Well, actually, back in the day, the storybooks were a great way to kind of bring the movie home, because home video wasn't really as big of a thing back then. It just didn't really exist much yet. Or sometimes it would, but you'd have to wait like a year or more for the VHS tape to come out, and then you could only rent it. You couldn't buy it until like another year after that. So, so having things like the comic book adaptation of a movie, or the storybook, or, you know, the novelization, or the story on record with a, you know, turn the page when you hear R2-D2 beep. All these things were ways to experience the movie at home in some form while you waited for that home video release. Or going back even farther, it was a way to experience the movie at home, period. 3 years down the road, you might get an edited for TV version loaded with commercials, but it might have some extra scenes, i.e. Superman, the network TV version. Yeah. It's a different world back then. So you still get the comics from time to time, the comic adaptations, but they're not as common as they used to be. They used to be a lot more common. Oh, I am aware that it's before your time. This is why I'm telling you about it. So that you can have a little bit of a window into what that world was like. Being a fellow media and film enthusiast, sort of shed some light on the way things were. Yeah. Or you get those little Fisher-Price movie camera things. You get a cartridge you put in, and you get like a 2-minute loop of scenes from the movie, silent of course, and it would go as fast as you could turn the crank. Yeah. Or, actually, I guess the first real home movies, like home versions of movies, would be those Super 8 versions you've probably seen. A lot of those have started to resurface as, you know, interesting curiosities. We've started to see them show up as extras on Blu-ray releases and such. A bunch of the Hammer films I have actually have the Super 8 home movie version as an extra. What's that? One of the other ones in the Eurocrypt of Christopher Lee, the one that I've always going on about, Castle of the Walking Dead. Not only did they find the 35mm negative of it, but they also found 2 different Super 8 cuts of it. So they include those as extras as well. And they just dubbed in the audio from the you know, the superior quality audio track, the English audio track they had. So it's pretty neat. Actually, I'm pretty sure they dubbed it. I can't remember. I think they did. But I think you also have the option to watch it in the original German language. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is the Super 8 movie digest has started to surface again. I know there was a bunch made of Star Wars and stuff. Something you'd probably be curious about. So yeah, but I mean, for the longest time, that was the only way you could get movies at home in any kind of tangible form. So at best, you get like I have one for Alien actually, and it's like Alien, the original Alien, condensed down to about 20 minutes of clips, all in story order, of course. So it plays like this super condensed, like Cliff's Notes version of the movie. And ratings, I don't think were really even a thing yet. So you would just get them uncut, like whatever they. Like whatever scenes, they just put all the gory scenes in, you know, if it was a horror movie or something. But yeah, it's interesting. Those are quite collectible now, apparently. Highly sought after. Alright, enjoy all the screaming, gagging, gurgling, and flesh-rending. I'm just going to pop out for a smoke. I'll be back. I'm just going to wash the dust off my hands first. Oh, this is looking good. Yeah, cats have fleas again. We got some flea stuff on the way, so please keep donos coming. We had to get flea stuff for the cats. Yeah. So they're kind of mopey. They've just been so itchy, and I think they're literally just exhausted from cleaning themselves and scratching themselves. So they haven't been as like hyper and active as they usually are. They have their moments, but for the most part they're just kind of chilling. And they've been staying with me a lot, so I guess, you know, I'll have fleas. Well, they don't seem to bother me. They don't, you know, my cold, dead, zombie-like flesh is just not appealing to them, so they leave me alone. But at most they jump on my arm for like a split second, and they're like, "Ugh!" And then they leave. So... Oh, the RoboCop. The RoboCop TV cut, yeah. That Monday to Friday thing. Yeah. Your company built the freaky thing. Yeah, I just finished watching that documentary, RoboDoc, and one of the things they talk about in it is the differences of the TV cut. And it shows like the infamous shot where Clarence smashes into Emil, the incredible melting Emil, and he just explodes all over the windshield. And beautiful, like just, I'm sure a total fluke of his head rolling up and over the windshield, which is just perfect. Chef's kiss. But in the TV version, Clarence actually swerves around Emil and misses him entirely. Well, that's one way to censor it for TV. Yeah. You want to know another TV cut that's pretty hilarious is The Thing. Or as I like to call it, The Thing minus The Thing. Because almost every scene that actually shows The Thing is cut down to like almost nothing. And of course the language is censored like mad because there's a lot of F-bombs in that one. And they boasted how it had all this extra footage, and it's like, well, yeah, it does, because you cut so much out. You had to find every little scrap of footage you could to put back in to make up the running time. So yeah, there is some new stuff in there, some new scenes, new little character moments, some dialogue, but you barely see The Thing in it. But it is fun to see as an alternate cut for sure. Monday to Friday, yeah. Well, and the famous one from The Big Lebowski. You never find a stranger in the Alps. Alright, I'll be back. This one has so many stock sounds in it. Like that witch laugh. I swear you hear that same witch's laugh in every Halloween horror tape. There's like a wolf howl as well that has like a little bell at the end of it. You hear that in almost all of them. It's crazy. when you're a Halloween horror tape collector, you begin to notice patterns emerge. I'll be back after tea.
Nice shelves, bro.
Okay, so what next? What next? What next? Well, I suppose since we've kind of got this in order finally, with some room to grow because we will be getting some more. This might be a minor problem. I don't know how we're going to fit more things in here, but we'll figure things out. There are some things we can do if we need to, like for example, we could potentially take the death notes out, put them over here, but maybe stack them vertically so they don't take up as much horizontal space. So, you know, there's little things we can do to kind of fudge some extra space if we need to. Yeah, a few of these other ones we could transfer back to, you know, because a lot of things do ride the line. There's a few we could transfer back to the sci-fi section if we need extra space once again, and just focus more on strict horror. But whatever. Anyway, I wanted to show you something here. We were talking the other day about the size of print in books and how it used to be. So here we have one of the first paperback editions of John Wyndham's The Day of the Triffids. This was published in 1951 and is in actually pretty amazing shape, all things considered. As a kid, I flipped through this a lot, but I never actually sat down and read it. And then eventually my mom just gave it to me, which was kind of nice. So anyway, one of the reasons I didn't read it was look at the size of the frickin' print. It's tiny. This is how books were back in the day. So, a while back, I got other books. Also earlier books, Penguin editions. We have the Kraken Wakes, and same thing. Teensy weensy little print. So anyway, a while back, I was working at Chapters. They had a clearance on a bunch of books, and one of the ones I found was this. It's a nice hardcover edition of Day of the Triffids, large print edition, and check this out. Look at that. Talk about easy on the eyes. Holy shit. So yeah, this is the version I'll be reading. I already started reading it, actually. How far did I get? I got 40 pages in. Ooh, and there's a receipt. I was using a receipt as a bookmark. What was this receipt for? Canada Post. Apparently I mailed a bunch of packages. Jesus, like $90 worth of packages. And this is from September 5th, 2002. Wow. That's crazy. We'll save that in there. Don't want to lose my place. I might get back. That's probably when I read this, actually, was probably 2002. Probably the day I sent those packages, I came home and read some Day of the Triffids and used that receipt as a bookmark. So 22 years ago, I started reading that. One of these days, we might actually finish it. You know something else I found out today that I did not know until today? Come here. Are we good? Are we good? Blah, 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 blah? Okay. Anyway. You know, good old Ed Wood. It's a Tim Burton movie. This is on Blu-ray, the Tim Burton movie, several times over. We got Plan 9 from Outer Space, lovely little DVD edition. I have this. The Ed Wood box, which I did a video about a little while ago. Very nice box set containing 5 movies and a 2-hour-long documentary about Ed Wood. What I discovered today is, did you know, not even Plan 9 from Outer Space, did you know there is not a single Ed Wood film on Blu-ray? We've had like big auteur box set collections of other like purveyors of the finest in cinematic trash, but nothing for Ed Wood. What? Why? He's like the king of trash cinema. Why is there no Blu-ray set? I just don't understand. Maybe it's some kind of rights issue. I don't know, but I mean, we seem to have a shit ton of public domain collections. There's got to be prints out there. So, I don't know. Hopefully someday. Anyway, I found the Blu-ray of Munster Go Home, which I think goes over here somewhere. Yeah. I usually put that somewhere in the vicinity of Elvira. Elvira movies. So, yeah, I mean, there's not really a ton of sorting I want to do here right now. Hey, psst, what are you doing? What are you doing? There's nothing there. There's nothing in there for you. Cat trying to get into the cupboard. What are you sniffing at over there, cat? What are you sniffing? Are you smelling the potatoes? There's nothing in there for you. What are you... What? What do you want? What are you looking for? Food? Yeah, there's your food. That's it. You got your cat food there and there. That's where we get it from. Correct. And that's it. You have some in your bowl right here. It's this. Hey, dummy. It's this. Right here. There you go. You want to eat it out of the bag? Is your curiosity satisfied? What are you looking at? There's nothing there. Kitty, there's nothing there. Oh my god. She has to check for herself. It's just your food. You're smelling your food. Alright, come on. Just stay out of there. I don't know what you think is in there. It's just your food, which you have in your bowl, in abundance. Yeah, it's the same as what's in your bowl. What? What do you want? What? What is it, you? Hmm? I don't know what you want. Oh, sweetie. Kitty's being a little weirdo. What do you want? What? You just want some love? No. Okay. You have fresh water. Lots of food. I don't know what you're looking for. You have everything you need, sweetie. It's all right there. Unless you want potatoes. I don't think you want potatoes. Goofball. Hey, Stoutman! Yes, must give treats. Well, get out. Get your nose out of there. Come on. Oh, stop it. That's enough. Here. If you're hungry, you'll have food right there. Right there. Your nose is right in it. I don't know. Being a weirdo. He's trying to get into the pantry. I'm like, it's just your bag of food in there, but you have in your bowl. It's the same food. It doesn't magically taste better from the bag, cat. Anyway. She has been got. Anyway, let's show the new shelves here. Check it out.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very good.
So just to give you the full look here. So just in case Facebook is listening, I kid you not, I mentioned these shelves the other day on stream, not in text form, simply verbally. These media shelves are from Pre-Pack. They are the Pre-Pack quad shelves, which you can find on Amazon.com. So,
did they reach out or something?
No, today when I was just scrolling Facebook, an ad for Pre-Pack shelves came up. This exact model. This exact one. Stop listening to me, Facebook. God damn it. I already have them.
The baby. The baby.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm aware, Stout. He's like, okay, just says, Sean, listen, I know you want to be done with the shelves, but here's the thing: the lighting. We need something more appropriate, more haunted castle, if you will. Yes, I know. I'm aware. I don't know when you came in, but we literally just finished the shelves. Like, this was today. This unit here was today. So one step at a time, my friend. One step at a time. Well, let me give you the quick tour here. So we have Sandman, all of Sandman. Here, can I bring you guys up closer? We'll take a little swooping tour. Try to, anyway. Okay, here we go. Hopefully we don't kill the camera. Alright, we got Sandman, and Death, and Fables, and Whiteout, and Dead Eyes Open. Very cool. And down here, we have the original Whitman Comics adaptation of The Black Hole. All the Dead Space comics, Aliens, Hellraiser, Trick or Treat, The Crow, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, all of Lock and Key, although I think they put out a new one since then. I have to get that one. V for Vendetta, Vamps, all of Preacher, great series. American Vampire, first 3 volumes. I need to get the rest. I think there's 9 total. Entire Golden Age, or Bronze Age of Swamp Thing. I need to reacquire the Alan Moore one. They just started putting out the Rick Veitch ones that follow, so I'm going to be adding those. Man-Thing, Marvel Horror, Monster of Frankenstein, Werewolf by Night, Tomb of Dracula, and The Death of Dracula collection. So lots and lots of comics, lots of funny books, all kinds of coffee table books here. Ray Harryhausen, Dead Space, Disney villains, Chaz Adams, Great Big Book of Movie Monsters, Aliens, Colonial Marines Technical Manual, just because. Hold on. There we go. There's a lot of stuff in here. I'll probably do like a proper overview at some point. Anyway, a whole bunch of books there, and books and books and books and books and books. Put Gamera and Godzilla there because they just won't fucking fit anywhere else. And then over here we got paperbacks and stuff. We got all 6 volumes of Death Note, the Black Edition. All my Minette Walters mysteries, because they definitely ride the line between mystery and horror. Battle Royale, because blood and guts galore. Monster High. Got some X-Files, Aliens, The Thing, The Black Hole novelization, an Elvira book, Nightmare on Elm Street novelization, Tales from the Crypt, Vault of Horror novelizations. Down here is kind of the vampire shelf. Got this book of vampire lectures from MIT Press, like about as highbrow a book on vampires as you can get. How to Kill a Vampire, another thing just about vampire lore. Poppy Z. Bright, some Vampire Hunter D, Vampire Chronicles, Anne Rice, World of Darkness, all through here. Borderlands, great horror anthology series. Another World of Darkness book. Poppy Z. Bright books. Some books on goth culture. I think Skinslip sent this one, actually, by Heather Wixon, Monster Squad. All about different makeup artists and stuff. So it's technically Rose's book, but she wanted it in with the horror collection. So I was like, okay, sure, yeah, looks good on the shelf. Actually, follow Heather on Twitter too. She's really cool. And we got Frozen Hell. We got, excuse me, cat. What are you doing? Get out of there. Psst. Hey, out. That's enough. There's no reason for you to go in there. You don't need anything from in there. That's right. You just go over there. Thank you. Alright. The whole world is watching your shenanigans. Little shit. Stephen King's It. The Merciful Women, which is actually a proof. It's actually like a pre-first printing of this book, which is kind of cool. I'll have to actually read it one of these days. Got some of the Walking Dead novels, including the first one, and some compilations of ghost stories, Dead Space. Got an Alien book, some other stuff. Got a bunch of classic horror here, and some Neil Gaiman, some art books, and some old monster books. And then down here we got the hardcovers. So again, we got some Annette Walters. Got X-Files, Ruins. I could have sworn I had that one. I thought I couldn't find it, but it disappeared into the collection. Got one of the Anne Rices. Got some more World of Darkness. The autobiography, or the biography of Courtney Love, because it's written by Poppy Z. Bright. Midnight Blue, which is a wonderful trilogy of books about Sonia Blue, who's a vampire. Very cool modern vampire story. Some more World of Darkness stuff, a couple Neil Gaiman, large print edition of Day of the Triffids, complete Sherlock Holmes, because I kind of put mystery in with the horror. And we've got an early printing of The Exorcist. In fact, that might be the first printing. That one is also Rose's, but she wanted it in the horror collection. Got another highbrow collection of ghost stories, the Morgan Library of Ghost Stories. Spooky Tales. Yeah, see, look at this, Mystery Tales. I mean, that looks like a horror cover, right? That's my argument. Because this book has a horror-y cover. Mystery goes in horror. The end. More ghost stories. This was just a cool, like, old, weird-looking tome of the best black magic stories. Got this at a library sale. So, very cool. And then a few other little books in there. And then over here, it says DVDs, 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 DVDs. DVDs, DVDs. And then this is all Blu-rays and box sets. And can you please stop knocking everything off the freezer, mister? I put stuff there to keep you off it, and you just find like the tiniest little footholds to park yourself on, the tiniest little few centimeters of corner, and you're still knocking shit off onto the floor. That look like, yeah, and anyway, so Blu-rays, but lots of space for Blu-rays, because we're going to be adding a shit ton of stuff to this collection in the next couple months. So I needed space. Yes, see. Oh, that's something I was going to do. So I got my Mill Creek horror and sci-fi selections there. I kind of thought, why don't we just put all the Mill Creek collections together? Because they're mostly horror or horror adjacent. Let's just put them all together. Then we have a nice little Mill Creek section. So I'm going to go do that right now. And there you go. That's sort of the general basic ass tour. So yeah, I mean, lots of like cool books and stuff I could do videos about, which I might do little spotlights on for Halloween. But like a lot of those books are, were kind of my Bibles growing up. Like as far as learning about the horror genre and through that, as we've discussed many times, Stout, through discovering the history of horror, also discovering the history of film. And it really did sort of start me on that journey of discovering the deeper history of film through my interest in the horror genre as a kid. So just starting off learning about monster movies, and that's kind of where it all started. Oh, and yes, your name is black for some reason, and so is Kralatin. I don't know why. I can read it. It comes across as dark gray. But to answer your question, I actually forgot there was a manga. This is the novel, which is quite a tome. This is going to take me a million years to read. But this is the novel. And as far as I know, this is just basically the first movie's story, like what the first movie was based on. I don't think it gets into the stuff from the second movie. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, very cool. And I have the movie here as well. Or was it? It was in the foreign stuff. So I had it with, yeah, here it is. I've got the Blu-ray of Battle Royale. Very nice set, actually. Several discs. It includes both movies, including both cuts of the first movie. And each cut of each movie has its own disc, which is pretty cool. So nice, nice high bit rate there, I guess, eh? Very cool, great movie. I wasn't as big on the second one. I mean, as a continuation of the second one, it was fine. It just didn't quite have the same impact, I think, as the first one. The first one, I think, is successful because of its simplicity. You know, the concept is very straightforward, and then it's just kind of the interactions between the characters and how they kind of approach the situation and stuff like that. It's really good stuff. And violent as hell. So, gotta love that. So, yeah, so for example, here we've got the Universal Monsters. And it dips a little bit into the alternate Draculas, which I'm probably going to rearrange a little bit. Because, for example, I was talking about this before, Scream Factory put out several volumes of other Universal horror. Each set has like 4 movies in it, and there's 6 of them, I think, so that's 24 movies across the collection. So I want to get those, put them with the Universal Monsters stuff, I think that would be nice. I've got the Inner Sanctum Mysteries collection, which is quite nice. It's just a Mill Creek set, so that's another part of the Universal stuff. And yeah, and then from there down here we got all Hammer horror, and Hammer horror mostly, and then other Hammer stuff as well. So we got some other later exploitation stuff and whatnot. So there's a few upgrades I'd like to get, like for example, all 8 movies. Hold on. All 8 movies that were in this collection, which I picked up way back at the beginning, have since been re-released by Scream Factory in beautiful deluxe editions, often with multiple cuts of the film, multiple aspect ratios, loaded with extras. Really nice. So obviously want to get those. And then Indicator Films in the UK put out deluxe Blu-rays of pretty much all the movies that are in this Hammer Films 20 movie set. Again, loaded with extras, new transfers, given the deluxe treatment. So that's also something I'd like to do, is get those versions of those movies. But keep these editions because they have some extras that may or may not have been ported over. So yeah. So still a ways to go with the Hammer collection, although technically I have all of it in some form, whether it be in these collections or individually. So I have the entire run of Hammer horror now in some form. There's just a few we're still waiting for Blu-ray releases. Like, where the hell is She? Where is She on Blu-ray? We have The Vengeance of She. Where is She? We had another movie called She come out from Kino Lorber, which is a post-apocalyptic thing, and that's very cool, and I'd love to get that one as well. But that's not the She I'm waiting for. I want the other She, the one with Ursula Andress, the first Bond girl. Like, come on. It practically sells itself. Well, yeah, She is on DVD. It came out here from Warner Archive, and I think you can still get it. It's not cheap, but you can still get it. But I don't want a Warner Archive burned disc. I want a nice, shiny Blu-ray. Like, come on. Oh, really? Oh, well, there you go. No kidding. Stout says, you know what's funny? Collecting physical media is slowly becoming chic. So maybe people will finally start watching our fucking videos. Yeah. Well, good thing I'm starting them up again then. Because most of those sets are going out of print soon. Which set? Oh, the Screen Factory ones? Really? Well, it's a good thing I have most of them. I'm only missing 4. And it's movies that were in that Universal set. So obviously they're top priority. I want to get those before they're gone. But, and then the Indicator ones are pretty widely available, so. And cheap. They're region free too. Not that it matters to us, but they're region free. Which is kind of cool. If you get the individual releases. Oddly, when they put them out in box sets, they're region locked. I don't even know why they bother if they're just going to release them region free in the end anyway. But yeah, speaking of which, where was it? I was just showing it to you guys. Where the hell did I put it? Yeah, this one. Yeah, to give you some idea, this one, Night of the Demon. This is an Indicator release, region free. Night of the Demon, also known as Curse of the Demon. This was one of those ones that I'd seen in my monster book. Like, I'd seen the creature from it in the monster books. And I wanted to see the movie for so long. So I finally watched it last year. And it's really good, actually. It's very, very well done. Very creepy, very atmospheric. But anyway, this set, as you can see, is loaded with content. I won't even bother to go through it all. But including 4 cuts of the movie. 4 cuts of the movie. There's 2 UK versions and 2 US versions. The US version went under the title Curse of the Demon. And you know the best part? I think this cost me about $20. Yeah, Indicator is like Criterion level for the stuff they do, but super affordable. It's like almost like they're a budget label. They're like a budget Criterion for genre fans. So definitely look into their stuff if you're looking to save some money, because they do really good work. Really, really good work. Also, that one is great, by the way. Night of the Demon. Highly recommended if you like monster movies. Yeah, Stout's got some Indicator stuff. So sometimes even higher quality than Criterion, frequently higher quality than Screen Factory. Well, yeah. But I mean, honestly, that's not saying much these days. Screen Factory, I feel, has really gone downhill. They're not as blind buy reliable as they used to be. Although, you may recall, one of the ones that we had an issue with was, and one thing I'm glad to see them doing is, in a lot of cases, their Blu-ray editions had issues with the transfer. There was one in particular I really wanted, and I was so angry when I heard about what happened with the transfer, and that Shout Factory was just like, meh, whatever, we'll just release it as is. That, well, okay, you don't get my money then. But then, they, I don't know if they did or somebody did, a brand new 4K scan from the original negative, and then Screen Factory put out a new release of Cat People from 1982. So this was, sadly we don't get the custom artwork, it's just the movie poster art, which is fine. But this is all the same contents that were on the old Blu-ray collector's edition, but with the new transfer, and it includes a Blu-ray, if you don't have 4K yet, which also has the new transfer, so the old transfer is gone. So I'm glad to see them doing that with more titles now, which honestly makes the 4K versions a little bit more worthwhile to me, because most of them are whole new transfers, you know. One case in point, Arrow Video put out a wonderful Chucky collection recently, which is mostly 4K, except for the first movie. The first movie, for whatever reason, is Blu-ray only, in both the Blu-ray and 4K sets. The other 6 movies are 4K. Now, okay, maybe they didn't find elements for it. No, because a couple years earlier, Screen Factory put out a 4K of the first one, and all the others. So there's a 4K master out there. I don't know why Arrow couldn't get it, but yeah, it kind of Not to mention the fact the artwork on that set is absolutely awful. It's terrible. Just awful, awful artwork. So lazy. Just garbage. Hate it. So anyway, that. So yeah, that all happened. And that said, I'm probably going to end up buying that set and then track down the Scream Factory 4K of the first one. Because shitty artwork aside and lack of 4K for the first one aside, it still is the best set out there in terms of content and extras. So, I don't know. As far as I know, it has everything that's on the Scream Factory ones too, so I don't know how heavy they were on extras. But anyway, I'll have to do a comparison. Doing. Oh, is that what it is? Okay, Devin Wright says it's some kind of rights issue where, was it 2 through 7 are 2 through 7 are distributed by Universal. The first movie, however, is distributed by MGM, so they would have had to make a deal with both of them. Yeah. So it's kind of like the Terminator, actually. Terminator, they're all owned by different studios. And that was a big mess for a while. But, well, that kind of makes more sense. So I guess in the case of Scream Factory, that's why they didn't do a box set for the 4Ks. They just did them individually. So that way they could have it as a unified set, just not sold all together, so as not to interfere with the arrangements they had made with the respective studios, I guess. Hey, psst, that's enough. Get out of there. That's enough. Down you go. Okay? No. Down you go. That's enough. I told you like 6 times not to go in there. Fine, you stay up there. Stop trying to get into the pantry. There's nothing in there for you. You have food. And cats just get fixated, right? They just get like this idea in their little peanut-sized brain. Like, oh, I have to get in there. I have to get in there. No, I'm just obsessed with getting in there. It's like there's nothing in there for you. I don't want you going in and messing up everything in the freaking cupboard, you know? Anyway. What are you talking about? It's really unfortunate too, since Child's Play was before Shout got their encoding acts. What are you talking about? My understanding was Shout Factory had very few issues with encoding. The encoding wasn't the issue, it was the transfers they were getting and releasing just willy-nilly, just whatever the studios would give them. And, there's been a few cases where they've been really awful, such as the Cat People Blu-ray, the original Cat People Blu-ray. And don't get me started on Reboot. Just don't get me started. They should not have even released that. It was such substandard quality, just absolute trash. The new transfers from the master tapes, though, the original PAL master tapes they discovered, look amazing. I've been reposting some threads of those, screenshots, from those. So, yeah. So anyway, yes, we will be doing something with the lighting here. I need lighting, though. So I'll be looking for some kind of lighting, maybe some kind of LED thing. But, yeah, I do have a power outlet right down here, just out of sight, but easily reachable. So that's fine. Right, we're going to bring the other Mill Creek sets over. Let's do that. First, just wipe the dust off the tops here. A little dusty. We'll be doing this progressively over the course of time. Alright, so we have some more Mill Creek sets over here. Ow! Come on. Alright. So it's kind of a mix. We'll see how well they fit up here. Our spaghetti westerns and our film noirs. I love that genre, the film noir genre. We got our peplum, not pablum, peplum. Alright, put those there. And we got our spaghetti westerns. Just kind of like having all the Mill Creek mega movie sets kind of together, you know? There we go. Can we not be leaning over so much? Sure. That's good. Okay. So, there. And why do you keep falling over? Stop. For fuck's sake. How am I going to get that out? Carefully. Ah. You alright over there? Yeah, she landed okay. This is Toonie Terror's Elvira that Rosie got me. Very cool. Even has, what was it? Gonk, the dog? Yeah. Good old Elvira. I'll put her up there. I feel like having Elvira overseeing the Schlocky movie collection is appropriate somehow. There's symmetry to that. Yes. So we can move these over just a smidge. Give these a little bit of lean. And they'll lean that way. There we go. So, yeah, it's not all strictly horror, but it does go together nicely. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if there's a way we can rearrange these a bit. Yeah. This up just a smidge. Let's see. Little horror ones over here. Or maybe just put the smaller ones down here, singles and stuff. Yeah. There. So we kind of have the two shadow boxes bookending a bunch of singles and doubles. And then up here, this. So this way, we end with the spaghetti westerns, but then we have, let's see, we have all of these. Show you what I'm doing here. All these collections with the 50 movies, we have the 50, 50, 50, 50, 50 all the way across. So it just looks nice, like a unified collection, right? So put all those there. And there we go. And that's actually a little more solid. So that's good. And then we got the singles and doubles in here. Quite nice. and Elvira to watch over everything. And there we go. Can I show you that a little more up closerly? I don't know how close we can get. We'll try. Let's see what we can do here. That's about as good as I can get. So you can see the idea there, but it brings it a little more out in the open. They were kind of shoved away in the corner a little bit before, but now I feel like they're a little more accessible, which is nice. So I got to sort through all the box sets there. They're kind of haphazard along the top, but yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. So just a reminder, guys, we have the last Mega Marathon Madness ever this Friday. So hoping to make it a good one. There. Oh, here, what I can do is I put some of my glass, ceramic, and rubber Halloween decorations through the dishwasher the other day, and it actually cleaned them up quite nicely. All the little skeletons from the skeleton hot tub are the cleanest they've been in years, and you know, some of the ceramic and glass skulls and stuff too. So very nice, very nice. What was this? Which one? Says I've got to get the lamp from that one Cursed Object Amityville movie. Perfect ambience. I still have to watch those. And you know the reason I didn't watch those yet is I was waiting for the fifth one, the Amityville Curse, to get a proper Blu-ray release, which it finally did a couple of years ago, 1 or 2 years ago. Not just the Spanish potentially bootleg one, but I'm talking a proper one. So, yeah, so I think once I pick that up, then I'm going to sit down and rewatch the original trilogy and then watch all the Cursed Object ones, most of which I don't think I've seen any of them. I might have seen one of them. I think I saw the Amityville Curse, funny enough, the one that was unavailable for so long. And then I'm going to sit down and watch everything. Because I think that's as far as the sort of official series goes, anyway, is it goes up to that Vinegar Syndrome set that we got. And then that's it. After that, it's all in name only. I saw one Amityville was like a found footage one, and you know how much I love that genre and how forgiving I tend to be. Good Lord, it was awful. It was so bad. I am planning to finally watch the Bad Ben movies, though, based on your recommendation, Stout. So, which at the moment are like annoyingly hard to find. I found 10 of them. Of the, what are there now, 14? The most recent ones, I have no idea where the fuck they are. I found them in like a wiki about Bad Ben, but I couldn't find the actual movies anywhere. So I grabbed the ones I could find. If he would put the damn things out on Blu-ray, I would buy the box set, as I'm sure a lot of other people would too. But he just insists on keeping them on streaming. Apparently he did have them on Amazon Prime for a while, but then pulled them because they started reducing his cut. And he was like, no, fuck you. I want my money. Like, damn straight, give the man his money, you know? So, anyway, he put them on a bunch of other, like, obscure-ass streaming services that I have no intention of ever subscribing to. So, I'll just use, see if Steve has it, borrow it from Steve, you know? But anyway, I just love the whole concept of it, that basically middle-aged dude buys a house, living the dream, and it turns out it's haunted. And he's just like, fucking hell. It's like, it's not really scared. He's just more irritated by the whole situation than anything else. And I just find that concept in general hilarious. And I understand it is played pretty tongue-in-cheek as well. So I watched a little bit of, a couple of trailers, and I thought, oh, this looks like fun. So I definitely got to check those out. So we'll be doing some Discord screenings in the, relatively near future, because Halloween approacheth. But in answer to your question, no, the funds have not quite come in yet. That's going to be, it could be literally within days. It could be within days, or it could be 3 weeks from now. I'm hoping it's within days, because I got plans. But yeah, the good news is it's all sorted. All the stuff from Mom's place is here. All the stuff that was coming here is here. Either here, like the shelves, of course, but also, the various items from her belongings that were going to us, like her books and her movie collection and stuff like that. So all of that is in storage here in town, and periodically Cass and I are just going to go through everything. We do have a bunch of art that's going to be going up for auction. That's still out in Alberta, so that's going to be going up for auction. So we should get, a decent chunk of coin for that, I would think. Yeah, and then of course there's Mom's books, which I'll be working on getting ready for publication over the course of the next year. Right now we're kind of just focusing on getting everything settled financially and getting all the big stuff sorted, and then I can kind of start to focus on the next phase of things, which would be getting the books published. And, as far as my own projects go, just getting the YouTube side of things back up and running, not having to worry so much about paying bills, which would be nice. So, already got the high interest savings account set up, ready to go, and ready to be just a non-stop money generating machine. So, yeah, it's going to be a pretty good situation, I gotta say. It's going to be pretty good. Yeah, it's going to make a big difference. Essentially, just living the very simple, basic-ass dream that literally everyone wants to live right now, which is to be able to live without any stress whatsoever about being able to meet our basic living needs. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that that very simple, basic thing is a nigh on unattainable goal for so many, unless you have a relative that has some money that passes away and gifts it to you, is a really sad commentary on the state of the world we live in right now. But, yeah. 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 So anyway, I'm going to enjoy it. I'm not going to rub it in people's faces. I'm simply going to enjoy it for what it is. And the benefit to you guys will be I'll be able to get more cool stuff for the collection that I can then do videos about and tell you all about. And it might be stuff that you want to get for your collection. So, back to business as usual, just without any worries about bills and stuff. So, yeah, that'll be nice. Kind of get back to what I would much rather be doing, and what you guys, I think, would much rather I be doing as well. So, yeah, it's going to be nice. It's going to be fun. Oh, yes, absolutely. Thank you, Stag. He says, and you've been through so much shit, you deserve some damn peace for once. Oh, I know. Like, the past 3 years, or not 3 years, like the past 5 years, honestly, have just been just one gut punch after another. which hopefully has all calmed down now. Okay, this human has suffered enough loss for now. Let's give him a break for a while. Yeah. These are really nice shelves. So Rose and I basically made a pact earlier, I think it was on the last stream, where we decided that these shelves are going to be a family heirloom going forward. So when I pass on, these shelves will be Rose's. When she passes on, they'll be gifted to, you know, her children, if she has children. Or the legacy dies with her. I don't know. I'll be long gone by then, so I'll have fulfilled my part of it. But anyway, we thought it would be kind of fun because we're all such, you know, book or media nerds to have these gorgeous shelves be a family heirloom that's passed down. And I'll make sure that the shelf pegs go with it. Just saying. That was a pain in the ass. But anyway, we're not really able to adjust. Yeah, we can't bring these down anymore. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. I don't want to mess with them anymore. But, yeah. But I like this. It gives it a little bit more of a library feel. Like, hey, welcome to the castle archives, you know. And we still got the dungeon wall in the background, as you can see. I did do a little bit of repair work on it, as long as they don't look up too high. There, perfect. Maintaining the illusion. But yeah, and you can even pan. Well, don't pan too far. If you angle it just right, you can actually do a pan around, and it keeps the dungeon wall intact. Oh, is that? Oh, it just barely. If you didn't know, you wouldn't notice. Oh, and then to there. So, there we go. See, the illusion is maintained. It's very subtle, but it's better than it was because when we got the cats, they took to tugging on any dangling decorations that were within reach. And in so doing, their little claws would get caught on the dungeon wall, and they'd be like slashing the frickin' dungeon wall ribbons. So I actually put up cardboard all along the base of the dungeon wall to protect it. The thinking being it would be behind the table and the chair and stuff, and I could angle it so you wouldn't really see it too much. I could hide it with the lighting. But honestly, in the back of my mind, it was just so fucking janky, like, I hated it. So I didn't want to film in there. But it just got messier and messier. Well, you guys saw the state of things when we started this whole project. So then I thought, you know, when we were kind of going through Mum's stuff, I remembered these shelves from when I last lived with her. And these shelves have been, she's had these shelves for easily 30 years, if not longer. Because actually they're in the 1992 Toronto video, so probably even longer. They're probably like 35 years-ish. So anyway, they're in impeccable condition. Like, they're in pristine condition. Tiny little scuffs here and there just from moves, but otherwise in really good shape considering how old they are. And they're very sturdy. Like, I mean, you can see that none of these shelves are bowing at all. You know, like they're... And she's had the same kind of stuff on them all these years. All her hardcover books and stuff like that. So, you know, these are very sturdy shelves. So, it's good stuff. Mildly concerned about this one just because the Epic collections are so freaking heavy. But, yeah, that's alright. But yeah, this is good. Good and sturdy. And then inside, this is all stuff that's going to be coming out of here. But inside we have the cupboards, And you can fit another shelf or two inside the cupboards as well. So that's pretty cool. There's more stuff in here. Yeah, this is mostly stuff for, there's some things from recent packages I need to find homes for, and stuff for some closer looks that I have been literally trying to get done for the past 3 years. No joke. Anyway. There you go. So it's coming along. So yeah, we will be getting some kind of lighting for it. I'm not quite sure. I had kind of a split lighting going on a couple years ago where I had kind of a green on one side and then kind of a purple on the other side. It looked really nice. Really kind of fit the vibe. So if I could do that and then maybe have some kind of LED along the top giving it like a red glow or something, that could be kind of neat. I don't know. We'll see. Problem is I can't really feed lights into the shelves because there's nowhere to feed a wire through. I would literally have to drill holes in it, and I really don't want to do that. Family heirloom, right? I'd feel terrible if I was drilling holes in it, so I just can't even consider that. Yeah, I don't know. Unless I just ran a line down. But even then, it would still have to loop outside at some point. I don't know. Unless we did something, maybe something along the rim. Although it's not fully straight either. Like the middle one is a little shorter than the two on the ends, ever so slightly. But about an inch, I'd say. But yeah, I don't know. We'll figure something out. Yeah. Well, you're welcome, Travis. He says your entire demeanor changed. You've not gotten so snippy with us, and I appreciate that. Yeah, but also bear in mind sometimes it's partly the wiring upstairs. You know, when you're on the spectrum, you do tend to have what they call meltdowns periodically when just things get a little too overwhelming for whatever reason. And most of you who know me will know when I have my little tirades, they tend to be short-lived. Unless whoever I'm tirading at starts talking back to me. Never talk back to somebody when they're having a meltdown. Just let them vent and let them cool down. You know? Don't try to talk them down. That's not what they're looking for. They just want you to shut the fuck up and let them vent. And then peace will be restored very quickly, actually. Most of the time. But at least that's what it is for me. Everybody's different, but that's what the case is for me. Just let me go off, and I'll be fine in a minute. You know. But yeah, I mean, as far as snippiness goes, I mean, I can kind of get where that's coming from, I guess. But I mean, understand also my side of it. Just the absolute frustration sometimes of, you know, pouring out my heart and soul in stream after stream after stream, just trying to make ends meet and getting peanuts back from the viewers, you know, like just doesn't, I've always said, doesn't have to be a fortune, you know. They don't have to be epic Travis level donos. You know, could be a few bucks here, a few bucks there. It all adds up. It all helps. But it's like we weren't even getting that a lot of the time. So it was just the stress and frustration of trying to live, you know. So 'tis what it is. But the times, they are a changing, and I think it's going to be a lot better, a lot more relaxed. And I mean, like I said, it was never really necessarily meant to be personal, directed at any specific person in particular. It was more just sort of the overall frustration of the situation at the time. So, Yeah. What's that? Yeah, Stout says LED lights and battery packs. I thought about that, but I kind of want to move away from battery packs. I've done with those before, and they're just such a pain to deal with. You have like a million things to turn on instead of just a couple of switches, you know. Or Halloween, you can get some nifty little things that add light, like a plasma globe, yeah. Or Halloween decorations that glow a bit. Things you can turn on specifically for videos, yeah, for sure. And Stout says, well, hey, at least you recognize it for what it is. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's funny how I was like, I think I'm on the spectrum because looking at some of the old videos and just sort of the patterns of behavior and the modes of thinking, shall we say, and having more of an understanding of these things now than we did, say, 30 years ago, it seems really obvious now when I look at a lot of those old videos, like a lot of the old retro videos and stuff. But it just, and I went to like countless psychologists and stuff as a kid and just went undiagnosed forever. It's like, oh, we don't know what's wrong with him. It's like, okay, great, I guess I'm just a freak. But, but it's like, sort of that annoying way of being on the spectrum where you can kind of pass for normal, you know what I mean? Whatever normal is. And I think that might be why I was misdiagnosed for so long, or why people just wouldn't even give me the time of day or entertain the thought that there could be something wrong with me, with my mental wiring. And they just kind of blew it off. And, oh, there's the other witch. ADHD. Oh, look, a squirrel. I was looking for the witches from the roller coaster thing. It is in a sorry state of disrepair right now. I need to clean it and fix it. But anyway, see, there was just a lot of things that sort of became more obvious the more I kind of looked at them and thought about them, and suddenly, you know, things started to make a little bit more sense. It's like, yeah, so it's like I recognize sarcasm, for example. I use sarcasm myself. But at the same time, when people use sarcasm back to me, I'm almost always second-guessing it. It's like, well, I know you're saying you were being sarcastic, but it sounded like a bit of seriousness there. It's like, no, I was being sarcastic. It's like, are you sure? Like, you know, like, in the back of my mind, I know that they're sure that it was meant to be sarcasm, but in the front of my mind, I'm still like second guessing myself and you know what I mean? You know what I mean, Vern? So things like that, you know, it just all seemed to make too much sense. So, sorry, just cat fly. I literally vacuumed yesterday. I swear you gotta vacuum like 6 times a day. ADHD, definitely. That is a given. I don't think anyone will argue with that self-diagnosis. But the being on the spectrum thing, also, I was actually surprised by how many people agreed and said, yeah, we've all kind of thought that for a while. I'm like, oh, really? Is this like that scene in Kids in the Hall Brain Candy where Dan realizes he's gay, and he's literally the only person that doesn't realize he's gay? Goes to see a psychologist, like, what's wrong with me, doc? He's like, well, you're gay. Really? You think so? Yes. You are a gay man. You like men. You are gay. Are you sure? It's like, look, everybody knows you're gay. Your wife knows it. Your kids know it. Hell, your dog knows it. The only one who doesn't seem to know it is you. You are gay. So you're saying I'm gay? And played by Scott Thompson, of course, who's the very openly gay member of the troupe, and just amazing voice for gay rights and recognition and all that good stuff. It's like that. It's like everyone else knew it except me. So. Brain Candy finally got a Blu-ray recently. That's what I need to pick up. Oh, yeah. What is this out? It says, yes, like I scored a 72 on one of the tests. You need like an 80 to automatically pass. But there are things I do that, like, nah, I'm neurodivergent as fuck. Yeah. It says, just today Val said something that set me off for some reason, and we were both literally laughing through it as I was explaining my illogical feelings. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, I see Travis says, oh my god, the sarcasm thing is me. I do that all the time. Yeah, right? That's a big one. Actually, most neurodivergent people have a problem with sarcasm to varying degrees. Some just full on don't recognize it at all, and they think everything you're saying is being serious. That's when you're a little deeper down the line. But it just always seems to be there to some extent, you know. So it's constantly kind of trying to retrain the brain to recognize these things. And you know, there's two schools of thought on that. It's like, well, why should I have to, you know, change who I am to accommodate the comfort level of other people? And it's like, well, the flip side of that is to be a more functioning member of society. Essentially, it's kind of just a necessary evil of the world we live in. Like it or not, respectful or not, we're a minority. So, you know, to a certain extent, they need to accommodate us, but to another extent, we need to accommodate them as well. Essentially, we need to accommodate each other. It's about finding the happy balance somewhere in the middle, where everybody's happy, which is impossible. So we just kind of do the best we can in any given social situation. And Blaze Vincent, how's it going? Says, I had that issue growing up, always awkward, never really understood everyone else, alienated despite being in company. I eventually developed psychosis in my mid-teens, so I guess that explained a lot. But yeah, I went to a few doctors as a kid, but nothing. Then it all made sense later. Yeah, I think that's the problem with, you know, those of us who were born a little before the big sort of explosion of understanding about what a lot of the common mental issues are. Was we were either misdiagnosed or just undiagnosed entirely, you know, and it's unfortunate. So you have like several generations worth of people just kind of lost, not understanding why they have such a difficult time dealing with, well, people, especially on a daily basis, and just general social situations and so forth. But yeah, but I mean that said, I mean it's there is light at the end of the tunnel in that we have a lot more understanding about all this stuff now than we did before. And unfortunately, I mean, there's people who don't quite get that. They're like, oh, why is everyone suddenly autistic? Like, suddenly everybody has autism. It's like, no. Suddenly everybody is recognizing that they have autism for the first time. But they've always had it. They just didn't recognize it. It's like the whole bullshit about like, well, suddenly there's trans people everywhere. There used to be trans people everywhere. Actually, yeah, there were. It's just they didn't want you to, you know, kill them in the middle of the street, so they kind of kept on the down low about it. But they were definitely there. It's like they think simply because we're starting to recognize and accept people from different walks of life or different mental issues or what have you, that they never existed before that point. And it's like, no, they always existed. You just didn't see them. But they were definitely there. You didn't see them or you didn't recognize them. or they kept it so well hidden, because let's face it, those of us who are neurodivergent are masters of masking. So some are better than others. But I mean, I am definitely a master masker, a master masker, because I can be, you know, the chameleon in a social situation if I need to be. More often than not, though, I'll just kind of hang back and keep quiet, and then I'll eventually warm up to a few people that I feel comfortable with. But yeah, I didn't go to a lot of parties when I was younger because it just wasn't my scene, honestly. The only kind of parties I ever had were when I would have friends of mine over, like to spend the weekend or whatever, and that was it. We'd just hang out all weekend, but that was in a group of people that I knew really well, so I was comfortable. I could be myself. You know, I could be my usual weird self. They would be their usual weird selves, and we'd have a good time. But in like a party or social situation of strangers where I only know like a couple of people, yeah, I probably just like kind of awkwardly hang out with those couple of people and like not mingle too much. So yeah, I'm much better with that now. Like as I've gotten older, I've got more self-confidence and stuff. But definitely a late bloomer in that respect, and I attribute that very much to the wiring upstairs and you know, early life misdiagnoses or non-diagnoses. It kind of boggles my mind looking back how many psychologists I went. I went to like 4 as a kid, and not a one of them even suggested that I could be on the spectrum, because I didn't know what the fuck the spectrum was back in 1988. You know? They still used the R word to describe anyone who was a little different. Yeah. But, you know, the early stage of political correctness for that was? Oh no, don't use the R word. They're not R word, they're special. They're special. So anyone who was wired a little differently was categorized as special. And we all knew what special meant. And hey, guess what? You know who was in the special ed class through a good chunk of high school? Hi. Yep. Me and the other broken, misdiagnosed kids. And the person who ran that didn't know what the fuck she was doing. She was just so frustrated with us and would just like just like yell at us, and like they just didn't know what to do with you. So they just throw you in this room with other special kids, and you might, and it was a crapshoot too. You might end up with other, you know, autistic kids, so you kind of vibe with them and get along with them fine. You know, talk about cartoons you both like, whatever. Or it could be like completely different, like completely off the scale. It could be someone like borderline psychotic, bipolar disorder. They just lumped all us crazies in together. You know, it was like the high school loony bin. Literally, that's literally, I was thrown in the fucking loony bin in high school. That's how they dealt with me. So, psychologist by night, loony bin by day, parents too fucking busy to give me the time of day because they were busy starting the business that actually has given me some of the inheritance that we're getting. So I guess in the end, I win. But, you know, hell of a road to get here. Hell of a road to get here. Yeah, I actually forgot about that. I remember it like it was yesterday now that it's in forefront in my mind. But yeah, I was put in the special ed class, and I was in a few of them throughout high school, and they accomplished nothing. They solved nothing. All it did was take me out of some of the classroom situations where I was being bullied a lot, but that was about it. That's really all it accomplished. Didn't learn anything. The biggest memory I have from that class, it was me and literally 2 other kids, and then a, you know, social worker. And I remember the first social worker just kind of gave up and left after a while. She couldn't take it. So we got another one. And I remember this other one was this kind of, she kind of looked like the, the typical sort of hawk-nosed, horn-rimmed glasses librarian type. Big, poofy red hair. Quite nice. But I remember she was just kind of doing a little interview with me to kind of get a feel for what I was all about. Asked me some questions. And so she asked me a question. And then was just kind of, take your time. I'm just waiting. I don't remember what the question was. Because that isn't the memorable part of this. So she asked me the question. And then I'm just kind of contemplating my answer. And I look over at her. And she's kind of looking down at the desk. And she's got her finger up her nose. Like up to the second knuckle. And she's just digging around in there. Like nobody's business. And I'm just staring in horror. And then she retracts her finger, and there's this giant, juicy, nasty booger on the end of it. And she just kind of looks at it, and then sticks her finger under the desk, and wipes it under the desk. And I'm just like looking at her like... So then so she looks up. Big smile on her face. Not even... This is just a normal day-to-day activity for her, I guess. And says, so, do you have an answer? And I'm like, can you repeat the question? I have no recollection of what the question was. Needless to say, that's not the part that stuck out in my memory. But I mean, that to me was a moment of revelation, because it was like, I mean, I'd seen boogers under desks before countless times, but I just assumed it was some gross kids doing it. I sure as fuck didn't expect it to be a teacher, let alone a specialty teacher that they brought in to teach the R-word kids like me. But yeah, so is it any wonder we didn't get much from those classes? The specials, yeah, I guess special still does get used, but it doesn't get used in such a derogatory way, I don't think. Like, I mean, you have the Special Olympics, for example. Or actually, is that even called the Special Olympics? I don't think it is called the Special Olympics anyway. It's like the Paralympics or something, or I might be getting all my Olympics mixed up. But anyway, yeah, it's not as prevalent as it used to be. Now people are more specific. Let's say on the spectrum, if you have the autism or Asperger's, but or neurodivergence, just as a general all-encompassing term, or ADHD specifically. A lot of people ADHD. That one is definitely a big one. That does not surprise me at all with like the rise of things like TikTok and whatnot. We've become like, fast food media consumption culture. And, I look at all these books and I think of how many I've read. I've read a good chunk of them, but there's still quite a few I haven't read. And I just think like how few people seem to be reading these days, There'll always be those bibliophile enthusiasts, but just in general, people really used to read more. But it's like, I see, like, people don't have the patience for a 6-episode, half-hour Star Wars show. You think they're going to have, and seeing how that story unfolds, you think they're going to have time to read a novel? Or want to spend the time just sitting and reading a novel? I think it's really sad. I think we as a society have lost something. And we've lost something precious that I don't know that we're going to get it back. At least not anytime soon. Oh, is it now? You said, oh, Sean, we had an unprompted inspection in our apartment. Oh, my God. They gave us 3 days. We're still recuperating from all that cleaning. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Thankfully, when I've had inspections, it's, we've had sufficient notice. But that said, I mean, this is kind of part of a big overall apartment clean that we're doing. But I wanted to get this area sorted first because this opens up more space in other areas that I can use for other things and get things more organized there. So it's all kind of a process. And then, what else? Yeah, gonna figure something out here. I might even, I've been considering, now that we moved the keyboards a little bit, I've been considering putting another one of these units in here and getting, so just have solid bookshelves right across, you know, because that would give us some more space as well. And I think I could just fit one in there. Just. So that means we would have shelves starting there, going all the way around to here. Welcome to the Library of Z. So what was this? Yeah, Stout says that's how trauma works. Yeah, it says I still barely remember it, but my dad abducted me when I was a kid because my mom divorced him and wouldn't let him see me. I think about it now and realize, oh, I bet the reason I don't remember that very well is because it was really traumatic. And I didn't even realize it because my tiny brain could not understand it, so it just blocked most of it out. Yeah, exactly, right? Says, yep, what blows my mind is that meme culture outpaces traditional media in every conceivable way. And it's not really controlled by anyone in particular, rather by the people. Yeah, the whole thing of postmodernism, I mean, I can get into a whole other discussion, but I mean, we very much live in a postmodern society where everything is recycled from something else. And to me, it's hilarious that the studios and music industry and whatnot are so just full-on bullying in their attitude towards copyright, and you know, flagging videos and such that really should not be a problem. I mean, I've had videos get flagged for like less than 10 seconds of audio in like a 6-hour stream or something because it was a piece of something owned by Sony or some bullshit like that. It's like, it's 10 seconds in a 6-hour video. It is not a central part of the video at all. So, yeah. Though YouTube does have a cool feature now, and this is a good use of AI, using AI audio recognition. It will actually allow you to extract the offending song from your video, but leave all the rest of the audio intact. So if you were talking over it, it will leave your talking in, but it'll just remove the music. Which is pretty damn cool, actually. And that's a great way to kind of get out of those sticky copyright situations where you don't want to lose the whole segment, but you don't mind losing the music, you know, so... Anyway, yeah, there should be certain, it really all needs to be revised and made more up to date, because we're still clinging to these old, long outdated systems that just simply do not apply anymore. And, you know, and I really feel like it's stifling creative freedom to be able to repurpose things in new and creative ways. You know, I'm not talking about just ripping things off, but you know, there needs to be some allowance for fair use in repurposing, and I mean, if something is sufficiently transformative that it is not simply a carbon copy of the original work, but has transformed it in some way that is meaningful, then that should be okay. You know, like as much as I hate it, the whole React streamer thing. To be fair, some of them are kind of funny, and I do enjoy some. Rose watches a few. But overall, I mean, let's face it, there's a lot of just garbage in that genre. But that is very much a part of that, you know, and that it'll eventually shake out and all the crappy ones will disappear. And the good ones will be the ones that succeed, ideally. But it's all this constant repurposing and change. YouTube poops are like a classic example of postmodernism. Like that is postmodernism for the fast food generation, and it kind of predated TikTok by what 10 years. And then we had Vines, which kind of started that whole thing, and then Musical.ly, and then eventually TikTok. And so now we have this whole thing of short form content, a lot of which is very transformative. Memes are very transformative. So, but we have this like ancient, outdated copyright police breathing down everybody's neck and stifling what could be a huge creative boom for us as a society. But these giant corporations are strangling it all to death. And that's very sad. Hey, Ryan says, I read, oops, too late, missed the convo. And Stout says, what? Subtitles? And he says, actually going through a John Grisham phase at the moment. Had to give the horror a rest. Fair enough. Well, didn't Musical.ly become TikTok? I thought it was the same company. They just rebranded. But anyway, yeah, Ryan. My mom actually really liked Grisham. She read a good chunk of his books. In fact, there's probably a bunch of them in the storage facility across the street. So, you know, maybe you'll find a couple in a package for you someday. Because, you know, we definitely want things going to homes where we know they'll be loved. So, yeah. Mom liked a lot of stuff like that, like John Grisham. She was big. Clive Cussler. She loved Clive Cussler. I know she loved like undersea thriller type stuff. So Peter Benchley, Clive Cussler was a big one there. And she liked spy thriller stuff, like John Grisham. Well, John Grisham was more legal thriller, I think, but Robert Ludlum. My dad really liked Robert Ludlum as well. Mom was a huge fan of Agatha Christie. She actually had a massive collection of paperbacks of Agatha Christie. I'm pretty sure she had all of them. I don't know if she still had them, if they're here somewhere, but because she was scaling down her collection quite a bit. She used to have a whole bunch of first editions of Stephen King's books. A few years back, she had someone helping her sell those on eBay, just to scare up some extra money. So I don't know how many of those are left. But, yeah, she had a pretty cool book collection. I remember, I remember looking at these shelves, actually, and she had like a whole bunch on there. Her Agatha Christie's, had a bunch of the John D. MacDonald, Travis McGee novels, which I've talked about before. Very much an inspiration for the Rockford Files. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. And she had a bunch of like sort of Hollywood books, like coffee table books about, you know, the golden age of Hollywood and stuff like that. She had one called Hollywood Babylon, which was kind of a notorious book when it came out because it talked about a lot of the scandals in Hollywood at the time, which nowadays are pretty commonly talked about on social media and such. But back then, this book came out in like the 60s or 70s, early 70s, I think. And a lot of that stuff was new. Like, nobody had heard any of these, like, horrible stories about and there was like full-on crime scene photos and stuff in this book. It was like just pulled no punches. So I was fascinated by it as a kid because, you know, of course, as I talk about fostering this early interest in cinema and film and Hollywood and just everything, it was interesting to kind of experience that book at like 12 years old, or probably younger actually, and seeing all this stuff and like, what is going on here? Like, what is, you know, like the dark side of Hollywood, you know, which, so I was kind of learning about all of it at once. It was crazy. But, yeah, I'd be curious to know if that book's in there somewhere. 'Cause that's definitely one I'd like to grab if it is. But, I don't know. We're going to go through all that stuff eventually and kind of pick our way through it like vultures. Keep some, sell some, give some away, you know, that sort of thing. But yeah, these shelves definitely hold some memories for me. And there was a brief time actually when I was using two of these shelving units in one of the smaller hallways just adjacent to the bathroom in the basement at the time. And so I forget, I had my books on it or something, but yeah, it's cool. I feel like this is a good new home for them, because they will be used and appreciated and loved. Oh, yeah, see, Ryan says, I love Cussler. Says, Hollywood Babylon. Oh, same thing. Yeah, that's hilarious. Hollywood Babylon was a book my mom had. It was titillating. I have her copy. Very nice. Never forget the cover. Okay, John Gord says, my dad loved westerns. I never really got into the genre yet, which I had watched some of them with him. A double whammy, spending time with my pops and getting more into the genre of westerns. Hey, Luke's Film Unboxings, how's it going? What's going on? Well, at the moment, we're just kind of hanging out. We spent the past few streams getting all these shelves together into their new homes. And we just finished putting everything on them with some space to expand, of course. And so this is mostly graphic novels and coffee table books. Some manga, paperbacks, hardcovers, other stuff. All horror and mystery. DVDs, all the way down to the cupboard down below. And then all the rest is, we got DVDs here, Mill Creek Collections, and then we got Blu-rays. Again, with lots of room to expand, because we're going to be adding a lot this Halloween, so yeah. And there you go. So beyond that, we're just kind of hanging out and shooting the shit for a bit. I think I'm pretty much done with the organization. I just thought I'd say hey to everybody. And we're trying to scare together some donos for this Friday's marathon, which is the last Mega Marathon Madness ever. So we're hoping to go out with a bang. We got 8 extra hours so far, actually. 8 extra hours. Every $25 in donos goes towards extra time. $25 gets you an extra half hour on the clock, extending the time of the marathon. So, yeah. So we're off to a good start so far. Only a couple days to go. And then we're off and running. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dan. He says, done an amazing job with the shelvings. Ryan Chataway says, I'll never forget the cover. Yeah, wasn't Marilyn on the cover? I seem to recall. I remember a lot of like fuzzy black and white pictures of stuff, and as I say, like crime scene photos and whatnot, and it's such an odd book. And I found out in recent years, did you know they actually did a second one? There was a second book. So, same author. So even more lurid tales of Hollywood's underbelly. What's this? Blaze says Studio Trigger are doing a G1 Transformers 40th anniversary project. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Not anything more than a teaser, but Trigger are renowned for incredible animation. Yeah, they did that Cyberpunk anime. And a few other big notable ones. But yeah, Cyberpunk 2077, the anime they did of that was fantastic. I loved it. So yeah. Should be cool to see. That's mildly annoying. Werewolf by Night Volume 1, slightly misaligned with the otherwise perfectly aligned Volumes 2 and 3. Tomb of Dracula is pretty uniform across. Preacher is basically perfect. Swamp Thing is perfect. Man Thing is perfect. Well, almost. And but the werewolf is just like, and then like, it's 3 volumes. You published them all within like a year. You couldn't keep the spines aligned, like. Anyway, I digress. Whew. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. So the backing on the chair here has been ripped to shreds by the kitties. Hold on. I'll just cradle my friend gingerly here. Yeah. Oh, they gave it a third eye. Look at that. The pumpkin has a third eye. Yeah. So I think that has had its day. So last Halloween, I picked up a pair of these, which are slightly more sturdy. Oh. Yeah, hold on. We gotta... Well, anyway, you get the idea. It's another chair backing, but a little brighter, a little more sturdy, and hopefully a little more cat resistant. So, yeah. So we'll be swapping that out. Not that you see the chair backing that much in the videos, but I just like to know it's there. It brings me peace. There. Perfect. Now it's Halloweeny. In case you're wondering where Ghost Girl is, she's just chilling on the chair over there. We gotta find a new home for her. Yeah, she used to be dangling from this push pin here, but we had to move the shelf. Oh, actually, there's a push pin here. I can just dangle her off of that one. Let's see. Yeah, I think that'll fit, actually. We have some additional netting to just kind of give her a little bit of extra flair. There, perfect. Perfect. That actually works really well. Trying to keep on top clear because likely going to be a lot more box sets going up there. So also thinking we have all this space on top, which there's actually more space up there than what you can see from that angle. There's about 2 feet worth. So, you know, we could put some either decorations or bigger, more cumbersome box sets up there maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. So exhausting. And this is only the beginning, by the way, because I still got to reorganize all of this, the rest of this collection, the main collection. Most of it is kind of sorted already, but yeah, I want to do some tweaking to it. I'm not happy with some of it, so time for change. Time for change. There. Literally no way to see all of the shelves at once, but that way, I mean, honestly, if I'm talking about movies, point the camera this way. If I'm talking about books, point the camera this way, you know? Like, it just makes it so much easier. So, yeah. Hey, Scully, how's it going? You know, Dan says, has Rosie ever thought of doing stand-up? Why when she bluntly told that church getting something stuck story was hilarious. The Dodo link. Yes. Hold on. It's on the pinned message. Bam. There we go. So just trying to pull together enough to get some extra time for Friday's marathon. It's $25 for each additional half hour. Doesn't all have to be on one person. You already put it in chat. Where? Oh, there. I didn't realize. Okay. I was just doing the full spiel thing, but that's okay. Cool. I thought you were telling me to put it out. Alright. Yeah, that's what you want. Okay, well, good. Excellent. Then you're welcome. I don't understand why you said you already put it in chat. If you're asking me to put it in chat again, I'm confused. Maybe I should just block you. Then I don't have to deal with your bullshit anymore. I jest. I appreciate your bullshit. Yeah. What was that? You giving me attitude? Tell ya. Sorry, Kitty was looking a little needy in the kitchen, so I had to give her some love. Poor things have fleas, so they're kind of mopey. They get mopey when they have fleas, and I understand, because you know they're constantly scratching and itchy, and cleaning themselves, trying to get rid of the damn things, and it's exhausting for a cat. Imagine, like, the only way you can clean yourself is to lick your entire body from head to foot. Anyway, and you don't have, like, proper fingers to scratch yourself. You just have claws. So, like, they're scratching and scratching, and they give themselves little owies and stuff. And it's like, it's got to be exhausting just dealing with that all day. I have to say, though, Church's hairball expulsion technique is quite a sight to behold. Man, there is just no holding back. Like, he'll do the... He's going to throw up. I'll bring him out to the tile. I brought him out to the tile in the hallway there because it's the easiest thing to clean. So you could hurl. And it was just like... whoosh, just like one projectile log of hair, of hairball, came out in like just one shot. Like a missile of partially digested hair, and just went, and that was it, done. There was no like after heaves, nothing. He got it all out in one go. Just, you know, there's the build up of the, but I was quite impressed. Quite impressed. That boy's got some technique. He launched that hairball like it was no business, and then he was done, right as rain, right after. Fine, dude, not even licking his lips after. Just done. Eclipse, meanwhile, she'll hurl in one spot and then run off down the hallway somewhere, hurl in another spot, run back in here, find my most valuable collectible, and go to hurl on that. Hopefully we catch her in time. So, you know, Church, he'll just get all done in one spot wherever he is. So we just try to get him to a spot that's easy to clean. Eclipse runs around and paints the fucking house. So, yeah. You want to go back to bed? Yeah, well, I'm going to go to bed shortly. Scully says, I can see mine staring at us through the storm door as we wait for the bus. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeedly. I've been watching some more of The Incredible Hulk. There was quite an interesting episode I watched yesterday, the 70s series. It was quite an interesting episode I watched yesterday. Just a classic example of recycling footage. Where, you know the Steven Spielberg film Duel? Well, apparently there was an episode of The Incredible Hulk that utilized a shit ton of footage from that as stock footage for like a semi-truck chase scene. That was kind of, but it was like they built this whole episode around using this footage from Duel. But they completely changed around like who was chasing who and what the peril was and what the story was, and turned it into like this zany, madcap, almost Disney-esque chase, which is completely not the tone of Duel at all. Apparently Spielberg saw it. The way he describes it, bit of a Mandela effect here, I think. The way he describes it is, well, one day I was flipping through channels on the TV and suddenly there was the Hulk driving the semi-truck from my movie. I'm like, what's going on? So he got on the horn to Universal and he's like, oh yeah, well we used it as stock footage. He's like, I don't want you using my movies as stock footage. So he included a clause in all future contracts that his movies were not to be used as stock footage in whole or in part ever. But yeah, for the record, at no time in the episode does the actual Hulk drive the semi-truck. He does drive the car briefly, though, but only while partly transformed, not fully transformed. So, yeah, he's slightly misremembered, but it does make for a funny image, imagining the Hulk driving the semi-truck. But similarly, earlier in the season, they had an episode set on a plane, which utilized some stock footage from Airport 75, but basically just of the plane flying around. And but that one was really good, and a lot of people consider it to be one of the all-time best episodes of the series. So it's like they essentially did the same thing, repurposed some footage, but in that case they had a much more coherent story, like its own story, which had elements of the typical, you know, guy in the control tower has to talk down the guy who doesn't know how to fly a plane story, which we've seen many times before. It's based on a classic short story that I forget the name of, but that story's been done a lot before. So this is just the Hulk version of that, and it was actually really good. It's a very tense episode, but it's kind of funny seeing like two episodes that do essentially the same kind of thing, repurposing existing footage, talking about postmodernism, into something different. In one case it worked really well, in the other case, not so well. It works as a bit of comedy, certainly, and a lighter episode, but just knowing the original source material so well on that, because I've seen Duel so many times, it's really strange to watch. Oh, yeah. The Well, no, it wasn't Eclipse. It was Church. Church is the black cat. Eclipse is the other cat. Yeah, Eclipse has problems with just barfing everywhere. Church has impeccable technique. It was Church that was having trouble pooping the other day, and you know, Dr. Mom had to help him out there. But all was well in the end. Get it? The end, his end, the end, his rear end. He poops out of. Get it? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'm tired. See, also, this just makes everything more accessible. You know, I felt like it was very kind of like closed in and behind a bunch of stuff, and it's hard to get at everything. So the idea now is I want to keep this area as kind of wide open as we can. So, you know, if we have guests, it's a place where we can congregate, toss back a few drinks, and, you know, converse meaningfully. And I mean, there's countless things just on the shelves to spark conversation, you know, so, yeah, I don't know. I just think it'll be nice. And I think also, like, I like having the books out here, at least as many as we could bring out here. Because, again, they're kind of hard to get to in my room, the way everything is kind of just, you don't want to see my room. It's a disaster. Just trust me on that. So a lot of this stuff has been sitting on shelves, literally just collecting dust. I blew all the dust off as we put things on the shelves, so we're in beautiful shape now. But because of that, because they're kind of like stuck behind stuff and things, and the shelves aren't easily accessible, you know, it makes one less inclined to pull something off the shelf and read it. But here, it's like, it's the whole out of sight, out of mind thing, right? But here, now having it all right up front, like, I just want to start working my way through the shelves and read everything. Like, it's just seeing it all right here, I just want to kind of dive in. It's like I'm rediscovering my own collection, you know? And that's exciting. It's fun. I should show you the ones I'm looking at. I'm looking at these ones over here. The books and stuff. So, DVDs, books, graphic novels, coffee table books. There's a few graphic novels in there, big ones, but mostly art books and coffee table books, reference books and stuff like that. And yeah, a lot of old favorites in there. I still, you know, you guys remember this one, of course. Good old Dead Space. Dead Space Martyr. Oh, that reminds me, I've got that BioShock book. I should put that on here. I definitely consider BioShock sci-fi horror. So anyway, we got Dead Space Martyr, which was the story of Michael Altman and the rise of Unitology. Really interesting story. And then from the same author, we have Catalyst, which I've actually never read. This one takes place a while later, I think. So, yeah, I gotta read this one. Very cool. And there's this very nice alien book, Into Charybdis, which Rose got me, I think, as either a Christmas or a birthday present. I can't remember. But anyway, it's a present from Rose. Lovely hardcover book. What time frame does this take place in? I don't know. Well, usually if it says Alien, I assume it's closer to the original movie, versus when it says Aliens, which is more based on the second movie, right? So, I don't know. Anyway, good stuff. I think I'm going to head to bed, guys. I am quite happy with the progress we've made today. We had some good conversation. Got another extra half hour for Friday's marathons. That brings us up to a total of 8 bonus hours. Very nice. And hopefully lots more to come. Yes. Yes, indeed. I'll just check on any last thoughts from the chat. Stoodbin says, "Rest well, King." Excellent. I certainly hope so. 14 hours? I don't know where you're getting 14 hours from. It's 12. 12 hours so far. So 4 base hours plus 8 bonus hours thus far. Unless more time came in and I wasn't looking, which I don't think it did. So, yeah. Yeah. But the thinking is, basically, as soon as the new camera gear arrives, I want to get right into filming. I've got, I don't know how well you can see, but if you look over on the desk there, lovely view of our fly swatters. Let's move that over a bit. I don't know how well you can see, but this pile of stuff here, this is all for update videos. It's Blu-rays, books, Doctor Who stuff, 2 stacks of graphic novels. Yeah, there's a lot. So we'll be doing those. There's a couple for the horror collection, a few unboxings and closer looks I want to do, stuff like that. Wow. Kind of rocking a 70s do here, aren't we? Yeah, we'll be doing something with the shag as well. But anyway. Thought you were doing 8 hours base time. I swear I didn't say anything of the sort. I was thinking of that as a possibility, but I also have to be realistic. Like, in terms of my physical capabilities, they are not the same as they were 6 years ago. You know, my physical health has taken a serious nosedive over the past 6 years, largely due to emotional issues kind of dragging me down. So I gotta think realistically. But I mean, even if it was that, yeah, I was just bouncing ideas around. Like, nothing's necessarily set in stone. If you look at the event on Discord, you'll see that it goes by a base 8 hours, or sorry, a base 4 hours. As much as I would like to do that, again, I have to be realistic. I'm only physically capable of going for so long right now. So, yeah. But if it was a base 8 hours, then it would actually be 16 hours total. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how, well, really, it all hinges on how much bonus time we get. You know? If we get a lot of bonus time, then, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We're going to play it by ear. I'm not committing to anything right now, other than the basics. Yeah, so just, you know. Don't put me on the spot. When might your camera stuff come in? Well, nothing's going to come in until the money comes in. So then it's like, from there it's a matter of how available the model of camera I want is and how quickly it can be shipped to me. So, you know, it'll get here when it gets here. Yeah. So, I don't have a like set in stone time frame for that because I don't have a set in stone time frame for when I'm getting my money. So, it's likely not going to be until like the first or second week of next month at the earliest. Realistically, it might come in sooner. It's possible, but then again, it might not. Because who really knows with banks, right? Especially when you're dealing with large sums of money, they tend to like to put holds on them just so they can collect a little bit more interest for themselves before they relinquish it to you to be the money generating machine you want it to be. So, that's it. Yeah, but, you know, ballpark would be sometime within the next month from now. It seems like everybody misheard me today, or only half heard, or, you know, took something said, just bouncing ideas around as being set in stone. Yeah. Bottom line is, you want the official word, go to the event listing on Discord. It will be the final word on everything. So, at the moment, the Discord event says base of 4 hours. So, I was toying with the idea of base of 8 hours. I might still do that. I don't know. Let me surprise you. Let me surprise you. So, or not. Maybe the surprise will be there's no surprise. Surprise! So, just looking forward to the last marathon. I know. And it's all a matter of, you know, if we're having a good time and we just don't want it to end, then maybe we'll just tag a few extra hours on, you know. Like I said, I'm going to play it by ear. We'll see how it goes. I hope it's a good one. It would kind of suck to have the last one ever just fizzle out and be lame. But I have a feeling it won't be. I feel like people are going to, you know, gonna pull out all the stops for this one, and we'll make it special together. But for now, I need to sleep. But before I sleep, I need to read more of Death Note. I'm on book 5 of 6 because I want to find out how it ends. I'm really enjoying it. Alrighty. Well, I think that is it from me to you for now, folks. So thank you for joining me on this journey of shelf organization. Probably not going to do too much with the Blu-ray shelves for now. As far as reorganization, they're actually... What's that? Hey! Dararitas. Tipped $1. Thank you so much. That puts us $1 towards our next half hour on the clock. Appreciate that. There we go. And that's what I'm talking about. If all you can manage is $1, but you want to contribute something, drop that buck. Drop that buck. It could be the one that puts us over and gives us an extra half hour. You never know. So, yeah. Yeah, so kind of what I'm thinking is I'm not going to do too much with the Blu-rays right now. I think I'm going to wait until we kind of get the first couple orders of new stuff in. And then we'll kind of figure out how we want to arrange things from there. So... What? Holy analog? What? I don't know why you're saying analog. Is Analog Man here? I'm so confused. And thank you, Devin Wright, for the 18 months, a full 1 year and 1/2 of subscriptionation. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oh, I see some PS2 games over there, and some PS3 games. Oh, I see what it is. It's all my Sonic collections. I must have pulled them out for a while. I know you can't really see them probably, but I'll try to show you. Because that's just the kind of guy I am. Can you see where they are? You see them clear as day? Not really. They're in there on the VHS tapes. On the bottom shelf, the VHS tape clamshell sticking up, they're laying on top of them. It's all my PS2 and PS3 Sonic stuff. Yeah. I'm going to see if we can get a closer look. Let's see. I'll show you. Oh, we're going mobile. Here we go. We're going in. Oh, hold on. Godzilla is holding onto the cord. I don't want that. We're going in. Here we go. There. See? God damn it. Get out of the way, alert. Yeah. Scary guy in the back. Alright. And thank you for the sub. It's like, came up like a sensor bar. Anyway. Yeah, I'm just... There's my mixer. And my 2 VCRs. And my tripods. And my Pancake Jason mask. Vacuum. It's funny, this is a vacuum specifically for getting pet hair. It has like attachments for pet hair specifically. And but I got it before we got pets. It was originally because Rosie had long hair and there was tufts of her hair everywhere. And then she got her hair short, but then I grew my hair out. So there was tufts of my hair everywhere. So we were the pets. And then we got actual pets. And the last few vacuums, I've been very grateful for having that vacuum specifically because we have pets. Some of the stuff to be updated. What are those, I wonder? This is what I've been watching. The ever-loving Hulk. Hulk. Stacks of comics. You won't be able to see what they are, but more stacks of comics. A lot of good stuff in there. Oh boy. But you guys can't wait to see what that all is, huh? Yeah. It's gonna be good. I just have to screw it into the hole. And I have to untangle the cord. So we're going to go for a little ride here. Just going around. And now I'm more tangled actually because... God damn it, Godzilla. Stop trying to grab... Making it so much worse. Alright. Oh, I'm actually in the middle of watching an episode. Look at that. Even just from that, you can tell like how beautiful the Blu-rays are. Really nice. Clearly one of them has the Death Note because they're carrying apples. And we all know how much Ryuk loves apples. Anyway. Nerd, says Stout. Well, yeah, of course. Always. Always and forever, gargoyles. Hi there. There we go. Suddenly sexy. Suddenly sexy. Yeah. Over to those. pause, and there we go. Another what? Another main shelf over there? What are you talking about? Where I was saying before? Like, between those two? Yeah, I think I can fit one there. The only problem is there's a wall outlet there that we use quite frequently. So I don't know. We'll figure something out. Not really, like we're out of walls. There's no other walls I can really use. I gotta tidy up the Doctor Who section too. It's mostly okay. It just has accumulated some junk on it that doesn't need to be there. But, yeah. The hell? What are those doing here? Battletech. And a really old Battletech. That's pretty cool. These are hard to get nowadays, especially the older ones. I also have some Lensman books. Those are really hard to find now, apparently. I found 4 of them. There's like 6 or 7, I think. I got a chunk of them. Stout says, make it like a library with aisles. You know, if you ever get rich enough to just buy all the things. Well, I mean, you should... yeah, actually. God says, he said with current orders, he would need several Amazon purchases because he would keep filling the cart. Yeah, I was literally hitting the maximum capacity for the cart, where it said we can't add any more items to the cart because the cart is not designed to hold any more than these amount of items. It's like, wow, really? Have I gone that crazy? But yeah, so I mean, basically, I was just kind of throwing stuff in there, like, yeah, I'd like to get this and this and this and this and this, and then obviously I'm going to pare it down from there and kind of prioritize, like, okay, what are the things that I really want, and the other things that I was just throwing in the cart because I was like a kid in a candy store. So, you know, we'll kind of go from there. But yeah, I mean, it'd be a nice mix of stuff. There'll be obviously a bunch of box sets that I've had my eye on forever or couldn't afford at the time. Stuff like that. And then other things, just various, you know, again, just things that I had my eye on for ages, filling in gaps in some collections, you know, stuff like that. And trying to get caught up on some of the newer stuff that I've fallen woefully behind on. So I think it'll be a series of orders, and each order will be kind of themed. But for the short term, the horror collection is the big focus, because I wasn't really able to add much to it the past couple of years due to lack of funds. There's been quite a few box sets that have come out, like from Severin and a few from Arrow and stuff like that I'd really like to get. A lot of obscure, cool, interesting films in those. And then comics, you know, more epic collections and stuff like that. So, and other collections. Like I mentioned, Swamp Thing, I want to get the Alan Moore ones back in the collection. And DC is starting to do epic collection style books. And they talked about, they said that some of their 70s horror will be the focus of some of those collections. So I'm definitely interested in checking those out. Yeah. So there's a lot of good stuff either out already or coming out soon that I would definitely like to check out. Yeah, I think the limit on the Cart Scully is about 100 items. It can go up or down if you got, like, you know, if you're getting multiple quantities of items, it'll count as one, but it'll also count as, you know, however many you've selected. Like, for example, a lot of the vitamins that I'm ordering to kind of get back on my vitamin regimen, I'm ordering like literally a year's worth in advance. So it might be a quantity of 2, or it might be a quantity of 6, depending how many pills are in that particular container, right? So it's kind of like, as long as there's at least a year's worth, then we're good. Yeah, it's literally a year's worth. So a minimum of 365 days worth, but most of them are like, it's either like 360 or 400. Like, you just can't, there's no middle of the road. So yeah, so I got them all as close as I could. They're all at least a year. If not, then they're a little over a year. So yeah. Travis says, I made a themed Amazon order a couple days ago. The Banana Splits movie, Willy's Wonderland, and Five Nights at Freddy's. Yes. That is a wonderful triple bill. Excellent. I recommended exactly that triple bill on a few occasions. Maybe that's why he did it. I don't know. But, yeah, great triple bill. I just wish Five Nights at Freddy's pushed the horror a little bit more. It seemed very lore heavy to me. Which is understandable. There's quite a lot of lore in that franchise, to be fair, but it felt a little too lore heavy and a little less horror heavy, whereas Willy's Wonderland and Banana Splits were just batshit insane in all the most wonderful ways, and just a lot of fun. So, yeah. But I still need to pick up Five Nights at Freddy's, actually. I've seen it. Rosie saw it in theaters, actually. She really liked it. She liked it a lot. She didn't mind that it was so lore heavy because she loves the lore. And I mean, it had Matthew Lillard in it, and he's wonderful. But yeah, so as far as I know, they're doing at least like a couple more, doing it at least as a trilogy. So I'll be interested to see kind of where they go with it next, so there's a lot to dive into there. So it's Banana Splits, Willy's. Yeah, I don't think Banana Splits got a 4K release. Willy's Wonderland, I think I only have that on Blu-ray. But that is something else, is in terms of equipment, looking to go full 4K right across the board finally. So I'm going to get a couple of new monitors, get a nice big screen for the living room. And which, as most of you know, is something I've literally been wanting to do for like 10 years. So, yeah. That'll be cool. So a lot of things are changing. It's going to be good. It's kind of bittersweet, but... Really? I thought it did reasonably well. Clayton says, for how panned the first movie was. I'm surprised they're still making the trilogy. I guess it did well at the box office. Oh, did that? Yeah, Streamlabs just sent that through. Have they sent through any others? Not really, just the alert boxes. That's one of the automated ones. Oh, it did. Yeah. I literally did nothing. Yep. No, so that was something on Streamlabs' side. I wonder if YouTube is working for me now. Wouldn't that be nice? Nope. Yeah. And that YouTube issue, I found out apparently some people, even if they're subscribed to YouTube Premium, are having that issue. Like it's behaving like I've been banned from watching videos. Like, for example, if I had been using an ad blocker, that was sort of the first guess of some people. It's like, well, are you using an ad blocker? I'm like, nope, actually, I'm not. I never use an ad blocker on YouTube, ever. I don't even have one installed. I have one installed on Firefox that I use on other sites selectively. But, I mean, that's not even on this browser, so it shouldn't matter. So I don't know. I don't know what it is. I mean, I could try. I mean, maybe I've tried just about everything else. Maybe I'll just try uninstalling the ad blocker on Firefox. But see, I don't think that's it though, because there was no warning about using an ad blocker or anything. Like they're very in your face about that now. It was just literally one day I couldn't watch videos, and I have no idea why. My account's all in good standing. I got no warnings, nothing. But I did find a Reddit thread from within the past 24 hours where a whole bunch of people were reporting having the same issue. So, no, I don't think the ad blocker is it, but it feels like the kind of thing they would do to someone who had been using one. You know what I mean? Like it feels like that sort of thing, but it clearly does not apply to me. So I don't know what's going on. Carlatin says definitely something with the servers on their end. Yeah. So the thinking is hopefully it'll just kind of sort itself out. I don't know. What was it? When I ran updates like mad today. Like I just went and like manually ran updates on everything. And so, I mean, everything's up to date. Windows, GeForce, Chrome, everything is, even Streamlabs is up to date. I thought maybe it was a malware related thing, maybe. So I ran a malware scan, 0. Clean as a whistle. I'm a smart browser. I don't click bad things. What else? Ran CCleaner. Cleared away space and flushed the cookies, flushed the cache. Flushed the cookies and flushed the cache from within Chrome. Did a full uninstall of Chrome using Revo uninstaller to even get all the leftover bits that it leaves in the registry and everything. Just fully wiped it off the system entirely. Did a full downloaded the latest version of Chrome and did a new fresh reinstall of it. Same thing. It needed an update. I ran the update. Same thing. Like, I don't know what more I can do. I've exhausted every logical avenue of possibility for what could be causing the problem. And it was clear that I knew way more about this shit than the tech support person I was talking to, who may very well have just been an AI chatbot. They're either an AI chatbot or they were the most incompetent, unknowledgeable tech support person I've ever encountered in my life. So, yeah, completely useless. And then they ended up hanging up on me in the end. I wasted so much of today dealing with this fucking issue, honestly. Like, and the thing is like, everything else is working. I'm streaming. You guys on YouTube are seeing me right now on YouTube. So, I don't know. It's crazy, man. Dingo Dongo says, hey, Sean, did you know the Callisto Protocol is free on Epic, lasts until later today? Yes. I already have it. I have it, like, multiple times over, I think. But I grabbed it on Epic anyway, just to have it again. But, yeah, I have it on PS5. So I'm just going to play the PS5 version. I prefer playing those types of games with a controller anyway. I don't have a decent controller for my PC. Plus, at the moment, it's easier for me to stream from console than PC, because I only have one working PC at the moment. Well, yeah, Carlatin says hanging up on you was insane, especially with you giving the information. Like, I gave them so much information, then, like, we were, like, half an hour into the conversation, like, oh, I can only help you with the app. I'm like, what? At what point did I say this was about the app? Like, one of the first things I said was, it's working fine on the app. This isn't an issue with the app. I don't need help with the app. Well, it's not. That's the thing, though, Devin. It's not browser specific. Okay, I tried it on Chrome and Firefox, and both of them did the exact same thing. It wouldn't work if I was logged in. It did work if I wasn't logged in. I can watch videos fine if I'm not logged in, but what the hell use is that? I need to also be able to watch my own videos, A, to make clips from them, and B, just to make sure that they came through okay. You know, I like to do a skim and make sure that the YouTube version comes through okay. I can't even watch my own videos. And if I'm not logged in, I sure as hell can't watch my own videos because I'm not logged in. You know, so... Yeah, Crichton says, but did you try Brave or Opera? No. And in the Reddit article that I read, other people had the exact same issue on Safari and Edge as well. So it's not a browser issue. The other thing is all other websites work fine. This is strictly YouTube and only YouTube, and only specifically pertaining to being able to watch videos. That goes for any video content whatsoever, regular videos, shorts, and live streams. All the same, I get the video not available error. So, yeah. So it's some kind of block on my account, obviously, that should not be there. Yeah, Thomas says, find the input button. I bet that's the issue. Nice one. Have you tried it on other devices on your network? Yep, Rose's YouTube works fine. I don't know what you mean by other devices on my network. You mean like... yes, I literally just said that. Maybe you missed that part, Stout. But yes, it does work when I log out. That's the thing. It works fine when I log out. But yeah, I tried it. I tried the app. Tried the phone. I'm logged in on here. Works fine. Tried YouTube. Logged in on there. Works fine. So it's only on desktop and only when I'm logged in on desktop. So it's some kind of block that only pertains to the desktop version of YouTube. And I really hate this fucking bullshit that all these social media sites favor their app versions now over their web versions. And their web versions always seem to be the last to have problems fixed. And it's like, well, that's all fine and dandy. You want people to watch content on the apps? Great. More power to you. But hey, guess what? You know who makes that content for your people to watch on their fucking apps? The content creators. And you know what we use to make the content? It sure as fuck isn't a phone. We have big honking desktop computers that we spent umpteen thousands of dollars on to make quality content for your platform. We need the web version working. I mean, ideally, we need both versions working so we can fully disseminate to all platforms and check to make sure they're working on all platforms. We can't just have half the system working, you know? It's like they shit on their content creators. And did you miss the memo? The fact that it's the content creators that create the content that make you your money? Without us, you're nothing. Maybe treat us with a little more respect. Just saying. Not asking to be treated like a god or a king. Just with a modicum of respect for being one of the people that creates the content that generates money on your godforsaken site. So anyway, I'm sure it'll be one of those stupid things that quietly gets fixed. Oh, did you know they made it even harder to block people on YouTube now? Used to be you could go to someone's profile page and block them from there. Nope. Now you can only block them from your comments section if they've left a comment, and you can't actually block them, you can only mute them. So just drop them into an echo chamber. Well, that's great. They can still watch your content. They can still thumb it up or down. You know, they can still impact it in some way. Now, as we talked about before, the thumbs are a joke anyway. It doesn't even matter if they thumb it up or down. It's all just under engagement. They don't care. In fact, if anything, they want you to be angry at videos more because anger drives more views. So you're thumbing it down. You're actually helping me a lot. So thank you to all my hate watchers. Or should I say, thank you to all my hate watchers. Keep thumbing them down, guys. Keep thumbing them down. All right. Yeah, there's that too. Like Scully says, that is super frustrating for me when I try to block certain content creators from showing up on the boys' YouTube. Yes, absolutely. Parents trying to curate the content and the recommended list for their children to keep it appropriate for what they want them to be seeing. That is absolutely reasonable. Now, one way you can do that is when things show up in the recommended list, you can get them to stop recommending those channels, but you can only do so when they show up in the recommended list. You can't go to the channel and say, don't recommend this channel. And it's so stupid. They've just reduced the functionality so much in terms of how we can curate our own timelines, you know, and clean them up so you don't see as much of the trash that you don't want to see. You see more of what you do want to see. So, meanwhile, you know, looking at Threads, which has been gaining a lot of traction lately, and which I've been championing pretty much since it started as a Twitter alternative, Threads has some of the most robust blocking features I've ever seen. First, I'll say someone follows you. Okay, they follow you, and then they leave a nasty, trolly, garbage comment. All right, so I want to block that person. Okay, first off, you can remove their follow immediately. Remove follower. We won't even tell them you did that. We'll just remove your stuff from their feed. Cool. Then you can restrict them so they have very limited access to your content. Then you can mute them so you can't even hear what they say. Then you can block them so you and they will both completely cease to exist for each other. It just drops you both into oblivion for each other so they won't see your content, you won't see them. They're just gone. Eliminated from the universe. And that's how it should fucking work. Simple, quick, efficient. Blockity block, block, block. Oh, one other thing. If they leave a comment that is particularly nasty, it's like, yeah, I don't want that trash on my comment section. You can mute that comment, not just mute the user from your channel, but you can mute that comment from being visible in the comments to anyone else. So, hey, rest of social media. Take a page from Threads book. That's how it should be done. There is no reason for every social media site to not have those kind of blocking features. So you just want an echo chamber. You just don't want to invite balanced discourse from both sides. No. I absolutely do want to invite balanced discourse from both sides. What I don't want is fucking trolls and haters and Nazis and bullshit. That is not an echo chamber. That is protecting my peace from myself and for the people following my page. That is why blocking is important. Because there is no place for hate. There is no place for racism, homophobia, transphobia, and just Nazism, basically. Keep that shit out of my comments. And on Threads, you can. And people have really latched onto that, too. Like, they just have zero patience for all of that nonsense. All the, like, hate baiting and rage baiting that you see on Twitter these days. Yeah, you don't see very much of that on Threads. And if you do, you don't see it for long. Because those people get just chased out with the torches and pitchforks, you know? So... yeah, hidden comments. Like, most of them seem to have at least hiding. You can hide the user. What the fuck does that do? YouTube used to have really good block features back in the early days. You would block somebody, it would automatically unsubscribe them and block them from your channel. So they could still talk to you through other channels, and I would have some trolls doing that. It's like, yeah, you notice how the block feature doesn't really block people? Because here I am on another channel, like, just tagging you in it. But, yeah. But then, you know, it got better, and then it got worse. And now it's a fucking joke, which I can't believe. Like, and what really got me was the first time they removed the block feature on YouTube, like the full-on proper block feature, was the start of June of last year. Yeah. What else is in June? Pride Month. Real classy, guys. Removing the block feature at the start of Pride Month. Right when most people, especially in the LGBTQ community or allies of the LGBTQ community to a lesser degree, would most need to protect their peace. When the haters and homophobes and everybody are going to be in full force, making their lives miserable, and you just took away their only defense on one of the biggest social media platforms on the internet, which is going to be talking about Pride Month stuff. You say you're all for Pride Month, you have your rainbow YouTube logo, then why the fuck did you take the blocking feature away during Pride Month? That's not being much of an ally. If anything, that's inviting the trolls with a big neon sign. What gets me is, why aren't more people talking about that? There was just zero discourse about it. Like, I noticed it by accident, and I posted a few things about it, and my comments just disappeared into the void somewhere. No traction whatsoever. That's what's so frustrating is, and I'm sure that comes from this, is I see the patterns. I see the behaviors. I see the connections. I try to convey that information to people, and people are like, whatever, it's no big deal. Like, no, it is a big deal. How are you not seeing that this is a big deal? It's like you got to spell it all out for people. And they always have some lame excuse for, oh, no, it doesn't matter. Like, I did a video about YouTube removing the blocking feature. It barely got any traction. I got some trolly comments, of course, saying that, oh, we shouldn't need to cater to the 1% of people that might be offended. It's like, yeah, okay, all you're doing with your response is showing me how you have no empathy, so fuck off out of my comments. You are exactly the kind of person that is the reason why we need a block feature. Like, it's not up to you to dictate how other people should be able to protect their peace. You know? Like, oh, people just abuse the block feature because they don't want to have a civilized argument. Well, you come in saying, like, you know, slur this and slur that and slur this and slur that. That doesn't sound like much of an argument. That just sounds like you being an asshole. And sorry, but in my little echo chamber, I would like it to be free of assholes. Please and thank you. Echo chamber. It's such a cop-out. Oh, you're just having an echo chamber. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, If the alternative is having to listen to you, then yeah, I'll gladly take my echo chamber. Thanks. Civilized, and it's the most simple caveman language. Yeah, exactly. Let me talk bad things. I say bad words to you. You listen to my bad words. Here's a banana. Get out of here. The adults are talking. Anyway. Krillin says, I wouldn't be surprised if the rage actually turned into chest thumping. Well, yeah, some of the dude bros, when they get going, you know. Caveman Sean unlocked. New skin! Caveman Sean. Rarity level, legendary. Alrighty, folks. Well, this has been fun. There wasn't actually a ton left to do with the shells. We spent most of the night shooting the shit, but that's okay. That's okay. Because we'll be gaming our faces off in a couple of days. I'm going to try to get, like, decent sleep tonight. And tonight. It's already tomorrow. My God, where does the time go? All right, I'm going to read a little Death Note. Watch a little more Hulk. Maybe grab something to munch on. And then eventually go to bed. It is good to have them mostly done. Yeah. And now I can start looking at the shelves in the bedroom and kind of rearranging things a little bit there. So, at the very least, I'm moving the Hulk to a bigger shelf. Because Hulk is big and needs more space. I mean, the Epic collections are almost done, and that's like a 25 volume set from start to finish, or 24, I think, for Hulk. But then they started the modern Epic collection, so I don't know how many volumes that's going to be. But there's that, and then there's all the She-Hulk stuff as well, so that's all connected. But yeah. There's just too many Epic collections to collect them all. So the Hulk is my focus, and Moon Knight. Also getting Moon Knight. I wouldn't mind getting some more of the Punisher ones, but I have the one volume that has all the issues that were important to me. The ones that I used to have in singles back in the day. I really wanted to get the Star Wars ones that reprinted the original Marvel years. I think some of those are still available. There was like 6 volumes, I think. I'd love to get those because I used to have a lot of those in singles, but oh God, no. 25 of like the Epic collections. Scully says 25 of the thick, like, omnibus like volumes. No. The paperbacks, the Epic collections. Each Epic collection is about 400 or 500 pages. Yeah, the omnibus ones you're talking about, those are like between like 700 to sometimes 1400 pages, depending on what they are. The only omnibus editions I'm collecting currently are ROM and the Micronauts. There's one coming out of Godzilla, the Marvel Godzilla series. I'm going to grab that as well. And I'm probably also going to pick up the Man-Thing omnibus because it doesn't look like we're getting any more Man-Thing volumes, and it's the only way to get some of the other Man-Thing stories in nicely remastered reprints. So those are kind of the exceptions. But I am starting to lean a little more towards omnibuses than I used to, simply because they seem to print a lot more stuff in that format than they do in paperback format. Not all of it gets paperback versions. So I'm kind of looking at different sets, and it's like, well, do I want to get the omnibus of this, or do I want to hold out for a paperback, or I don't know. There's at least a few I'm going to pick up, but for the most part, I'm still sticking to the paperbacks. But and yes, it is still a lot to get through. I've read about half of them, I guess. I've read like 10 or 11 of the volumes, mostly consecutive. I did time jump a little bit, but for some of them. But I've read like 11 or 12 of them, I think. But they're great. I love it. I love it. It was fun going back and rereading the era that I used to collect back in the 80s because those ones finally got collected and rereading those adventures, but then also reading beyond those adventures to the point like after I collected. So that's been fun. So it's been fun both going back to the origins and sort of seeing how it all began and how it kind of evolved over the years, but also going back and revisiting those stories that I remember from when I used to collect. Um, and getting them in nicely remastered form and so forth. And now that they've sorted out the rights for ROM, finally, God, that took forever. We can finally start to see reprints of issues where Rom guest starred and stuff. I remember there was at least one or two issues of the Hulk that had pretty significant guest appearances from Rom. So now we can finally see those in the Epic collections. They very obviously very intentionally skipped over those initially, like the volumes that would contain those issues. So yeah. So now we can finally get the rest of them, which would be nice to have it properly complete, you know. But yeah, I mean, 25 or 24 volumes of most of the Epic collections are 25, between 24 and 26 volumes, like the big ones. And they cover like the 60s, like the original 60s stuff up to like the late 90s, early 2000s at top, like max. But yeah, so it's looking like the Hulk is going to be 24 volumes because I do have volume 24. It just seems like a very natural ending point for that era. So I suspect that the modern collection will pick up where that leaves off. So yeah, but it's pretty exciting for me because there's a lot of stories that I've never read before, you know. So it's fun. I enjoy it. It's kind of funny that I'm watching the show right now because the point where I'm at in the Epic collections is around volume 9, I think, 9 or 10. Um, is the period where the show was on the air. So there's all these ads on it saying like Marvel's TV sensation, The Incredible Hulk, you know, because the show was a big hit at the time. Like it was pretty big for a couple years there, and so of course they kind of cross pollinated that hype with the comics. So yeah. Nom, nom, nom. Yeah, at the very least, the marathon I would like to start earlier. I think I scheduled it for 2 instead of 4. We're gonna really try to start on time on Friday, so hold me to that. Nobody's commented on the logo I used for the event either. The logo I used for the event for the last Mega Marathon Madness is in fact the version of the logo that was used for the very first Mega Marathon Madness. I went back through the archives and found it. So the very first one was back in 2018. And yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah, I can't even watch the live stream live on YouTube. I can watch it on Twitch, but I can't watch it on YouTube. Oh. Had some nice tweets about The Expanse earlier today. Just some fellow fans expressing their love. Yeah. The Expanse was great. That was another one I was really late to the party, but thanks to that, I was able to just binge the whole series, which was great. No waiting. Very good show. Really enjoyed it a lot. If you like some grand sweeping space opera, that's a good one. That's a good one. And I gotta finish the Telltale game, actually. Yeah, I gotta finish the Telltale game. I think that's just gonna wait until we get the second PC, because I have it on PC. We did do the first episode using the single PC setup, and that worked okay. But I'd feel more comfortable having the dual PC setup. Just more stable. Easier to cope with technical issues that may crop up. Oh, yes, of course. Vermin says, I'm working in the bathroom but taking a break for 10 minutes. Don't forget the Dread case files. You need all of them. Yes. And thanks to this new shelf space that I've managed to pull together, I actually have proper shelf space for all the Dread comics that you sent me. And I found Slain, by the way. I'm going to put that together with them just to have all the 2000 AD stuff together. But yeah, you'll like this, actually. Slain was on the same shelf, sharing shelf space with, and I believe right next to, Marada the She-Wolf, Marvel graphic novel written by Chris Claremont and illustrated by John Bolton. Which I think is a compilation of stories from Epic Illustrated that they had done over the course of a few years, but reprinted on beautiful glossy paper and stuff. Slain, who is Slain? You mean Scrody McScruffstrongth? Yes. I don't know if you know Marada the She-Wolf. It's one you would probably enjoy. Lots of blood, guts, and boobs. And basically a strong female protagonist. Master sword person. It's been a while since I read them. Yeah. If did you ever read The Black Dragon? Also written by Chris Claremont and drawn by John Bolton. That one was published as a 6-issue limited series from Epic Comics. And I have those. Very nice. Baxter paper, so it still looks bright and fresh today as it did when I bought them back in 1985. They did do a collected edition presenting all of the art in the original black and white. It had never been published in black and white before. So I was kind of hoping for a color version because I really liked the vibrant colors used in the original comic version. But apparently it was originally, I guess, intended to be black and white. And it had beautiful painted covers. John Bolton is an amazing dark fantasy artist. So this was like right up his alley. But yeah, you would probably like that stuff. I don't even know how available that is. Let me take a look here. But anyway, yeah, I do have shelf space for those now. I just got to rearrange things a little bit. And then, I mean, ultimately that will require its own shelf entirely, I'm sure, because there's just so many books. Like Amazon.com, just because I find it has a bigger selection than .ca. Yes, Christian books and Bible. Okay, that is definitely not the same one. Yeah, here we are. Okay, so there is a book version of it. Hardcover and paperback. Interesting, different covers on them. $1996. Okay, so the paperback came out in 1996. The hardcover came out in 2014 and is only $10. Oh, Marauder the She-Wolf got a reprint as well. Hardcover. Yep, that's the same one. Holy shit. Hold on a second. Let me send you guys a couple of links real quick here. Why am I not signed in? How many fucking times do I have to sign in? Like, seriously. I mean, I know I reinstalled Google, but still. It's getting a little excessive here. Let me send you a couple of active links. Okay. So here's one to the Black Dragon. And those of you on YouTube, if you're curious as well, here you go. Yes, I am, Stephen. I literally just went on a big, long description of that. I guess you walked in after that part. But yes, I am still definitely collecting the Incredible Hulk Epic collections. In fact, a lot of this stack here of Epic collections that I have yet to do update videos for is Incredible Hulk stuff. So look forward to that. So there's the Black Dragon, and then there's a nice reprint of... Oh, Jesus, get out of my face. Yeah, here we are. Paperback. Oh, the paperback is graphic novel number 21. That's what I have. So anyway, there's a hardcover. Okay. This I might actually grab this one for myself. It says Marauder the She-Wolf is collected in its totality for the first time in full color and accompanied by never before seen material. But take a look at the cover art for Marauder the She-Wolf here. Give me a second. So this looks like the definitive edition to get, and it is full color like the original graphic novel. And this edition came out in 2013. 112 pages. Yeah, this is definitely more. Oh, it's from Titan. Okay. It's definitely more than the graphic novel, which was like 64 pages, I think. There we go. And there's Marauder the She-Wolf. You guys are helping out the show by using those Amazon links. I do get a little kickback for that, so thank you very much. But yeah, you can see like just the quality of the painting on that Marauder cover. Gorgeous. A lot of eldritch horrors and stuff she deals with. She gets, shall we say, violated by a demon at one point, and oh, rest assured, she gets her revenge. Oh yes, there is revenge, but yeah, it's just good sword and sorcery, dark fantasy thing. Same with the Black Dragon. I forget, is the Black Dragon, is that edition in color? I don't think it is. I don't think it's ever been in color aside from the original 6 issues. Doesn't say. Revised edition. Oh, this is Titan. Titan again. Titan actually does really nice reprints of stuff. So maybe, I don't know. Black and white. Yeah, so it's black and white. Says lacks both the color and the beautiful cover paintings of the original comic series. But that's a review from 2014. This edition came out when? 2014. Okay, never mind. Well, I don't know. Seems to be the only option. 200 pages. I don't know. Anyway, cool stuff. Recommended. Yeah, well, the whole thing, in the case of Murata, the whole thing is painted artwork like that, not just the covers. With the Black Dragon, John Bolton did painted covers for the 6 issues. And then inside was more line work for the artwork, very detailed. And then that was in color for the Epic Comics version. Now, I just read one of the reviews said something about it actually coming out from Dark Horse originally in 1982, which is entirely possible because Epic Comics was their creator-owned line. So it's entirely possible that that's something that he initially did for Dark Horse and then brought over to Epic and they just reprinted it in a color version. Or it's entirely possible that the person leaving the review got their facts mixed up. Because the first I had ever heard of it was in 1985 when it came out from Epic Comics. And I still have the original 6 issues. So, yeah. But knowing the kind of stuff you like, Vermin, I think you'd really dig both of those. I don't know why I never mentioned them before now. Well, probably, again, like I was saying, with everything being buried in my room and the shelves being hard to get to, it's kind of out of sight, out of mind, right? I forget about shit. So, yeah. Slain, also known as Steve Strongth. Good old Steve Strongth. But yes, lots more Hulk Epic collections to come. I'm almost up to date. They're reprinting another one of the 4 that I didn't get before. Ghosts of the Past, I believe. So that just leaves 2 more volumes for them to reprint or for me to find for a decent price somewhere. So, yeah. Robin says, I can't wait for your views on Slain. All right, I will let you know. But before I read anything else, I have to find out how Death Note ends. So I will be reading that for the next little while, next few days. I don't expect it will take me long because I'm blowing through them. Luke has started watching Death Note, by the way, and he's enjoying it so far to the point where he's already said, I think I'm just going to get the Blu-ray of this because the Blu-ray is fairly cheap and it seems to have everything. I said, yes, it does. And also because even though I said we'll likely screen it for Halloween season, he doesn't have to worry about missing screenings because, his schedule is a little hectic. So that way, if he's already watched it, he can just kind of drop into the screenings willy-nilly. And it's like, oh, what part are you guys at? It's like, oh, you're at this part. Cool. Yeah, and then it's just more relaxed, right? So, yeah. So, unfortunately, it means, I can't experience the joy of seeing some of his reactions, seeing it for the first time. But I can see some of your guys' reactions at least, so that's fun. But, yeah, so we will watch the anime of Death Note sometime around Halloween. I think you can split it up into a few sessions, like 3 or 4. It's only 37 episodes, so, easy to split up. And we got to finish, at the very least, we got to finish Go Lion. Because we're pretty far along into Go Lion. Only had a couple more volumes to go, I think, of the DVDs. So, And that can certainly be part of the Halloween viewings because it's gory and violent as hell. And it's just awesome. Who doesn't love some Go Line? Anyway, I am definitely ADHD because I just noticed that my spritzer is a very similar color scheme to R2D2. Isn't that cool? All right, I'm definitely going now. I've been saying that for the last hour and a half, I know. But I'm definitely going. I'm going. I'm going now. Goodbye. The madness sets in, yes. All right, have yourselves a good night, everybody. Thanks for coming out. $24 towards the next half hour. That's what we're looking for. $24 to add another half hour to the clock for Mega Marathon Madness. We'll see how we do. We've already hit 100 on our donation goal. I feel like we're going to roll it. I think we're going to roll it. You think we're going to roll it? I think we're going to roll it. Let's roll it. Let's roll it. Let's do it. It'll be the last donation goal as well. So it's going to be the last marathon, last donation goal, last everything. Well, not last everything. Last of all of that phase of life. And then going forward, you know, if you want to donate, donate. If you don't, don't. It won't matter. But it will be appreciated and always helpful. Anyway, catch you next time, folks. Until then, thanks for watching. I will see you tomorrow sometime. I don't know what we're going to do. We'll figure something out. We'll do something. I'll see you then. Till then, thanks for watching, and sayonara. That's the wrong button. We'll start the ending shortly. All right. Have a good night, everybody. And I hear there's ghosts in those candles there, so keep a close eye out. Boo! Did I get you? Good. Good night.